Can you hear us?
I can hear you a little bit. It's a little muffled.
Cody, are you able to hear me now?
Yes, that's much better.
Perfect, and we can hear you very clearly as well. Okay, it is 3:02, so I will open this special workshop of the Grand County Commission. The workshop is on the upcoming legislative session that just started today. We'll be having a discussion with Grand County lobbyist Cody Stewart. Present are Commissioners Kevin Walker, Evan Clapper, Bill Winfield, Tricia Hedin, Mike McCurdy, Mary McGann, and myself, Jacques Hadler, as well as County Clerk Gabriel Wojtek and County Administrator Mallory Nassau, Associate Administrator Quinn Hall. I will turn the workshop over to Cody, who will give us some background and get us going on this, and then we'll end with a discussion. So I'll turn it over to you, Cody.
Great. Thank you, Jacques. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I appreciate you and the other commission members allowing me to provide this brief update. I start by apologizing for not being there in person. I always prefer to do these things in person when possible, but as Jacques said, today is the first day of the session, and I did have some business up at the Capitol earlier today, so didn't allow me to get down there in time. But hopefully in the future, we'll be able to do these face-to-face or in person. I've been asked to give a brief update on the upcoming legislative session and to discuss how some federal, state, and local policies may impact Grand County. So I'm happy to share with you what I can on the topic. And I plan to speak for about 15 minutes or so and then leave sufficient time for questions for you all to make sure that I address the issues that are of most interest to you. But again, as I go along, don't hesitate to stop me. If there's something you want me to clarify, if there's a question you have, something you want me to discuss further, don't hesitate to just pause me and I'd be happy to answer any questions as we go. So to begin, I realize there's many of you that don't know me as well as perhaps others. You know, the way that things have worked out with the county, I've had the chance to work with some of you on a much more significant basis than others. So the downside to that is that I don't know all of you as well as I should, as well as I would like to. But I'm hoping that will change and that over time we'll get the chance to interact with each of you more and more. But I guess given that, it may, if you'd indulge me, maybe give me a minute just to give a quick background so you know who I am and what I've my background in terms of government politics. So again, I'm a native Utahn. I was born up in Salt Lake City. When I was a child, I moved out to Virginia. My father worked in politics, so I kind of grew up in the shadow of DC as a kid. I didn't ever meet Jacques when out in the DC area, although I guess we didn't live too far from each other. But I did spend some time there. Then I came back to Utah, attended Utah State, graduated, and ended up going back to DC. And I worked in Congress for about 15 years for several different members of Congress, usually from the Utah congressional delegation. I was kind of was there for 11, came back to Utah for about 4 or 5, then went back for another 4. When I came back to Utah for that 4-year space in between, I spent that time in the governor's office, and I held several different roles with the governor, Governor Herbert at the time. And then in 2019, I began doing some lobbying consulting work, and in 2022, I was brought on board by the county. So I've been doing some work for the county for a little over a year. This will be the second full session that I will have worked with the county. So that's maybe a good quick way to segue into presentation. One thing I've learned is that a key lesson in government and in policy is that policy is downstream from politics. And so if you want to have a good grasp of what's actually going to happen on the policy front, it's worth your time to figure out what's going on the political side. So I thought I'd take maybe a couple minutes just to do a quick summary of what's going on in the political landscape, both nationally and at the state level, just because I do think it is relevant to Grand County and what things are going to look like for us in the near term and in the longer term. 2024 is shaping up to be a pretty big year politically. Obviously, at the national level, we have a presidential race going on. And I'm not going to comment on the pros and cons of this, but it sounds, every indication looks like it's going to be another President Biden versus Donald Trump race for the national level politics. So take that for what it is. That it's relevant though, and that very different administrations, very different policies will emerge from whoever wins that race. At the state level, these ones are probably more directly relevant to the county. Obviously, you're aware that there's a U.S. Senate race that's ongoing. Senator Romney has decided not to run again, so there is a race to take that spot. There are 16 candidates that have announced for that U.S. Senate race. I won't go through all of them. I'll just tell you again, not my views, but just kind of what I hear, the consensus when I talk to politicos here in the state, and as I read articles about the races. The two probably leading candidates in that Senate race are former Speaker Brad Wilson and current Representative John Curtis. There are several other candidates, as I mentioned, but those two are perceived by most to be the front runners and have a good chance of being our next senator for Utah. Because John Curtis is running for the Senate, that opened up his third district seat, which is important to Grand County because he is our representative. He represents our area. There are 11 candidates that have announced for that third district seat. Again, I won't go through all of them. I'd say the ones that are probably the most prominent are John Dougal, the current state auditor. Current state senator Mike Kennedy is another candidate. And then there's a couple others. J.R. Bird, he's the mayor up in Roosevelt. Stuart Pay, Case Lawrence, a few names. Those are the ones that probably will get the most traction. Again, I'm not weighing in on behalf of any of them. Just wanted to let you know that of those candidates, those 4 or 5 are probably the ones that will be, one of those 5 will be the most likely representative for the third district. So we'll watch that closely. Last two at the state level that are of interest, I think, the governor's race. Governor Cox is running again. He's the incumbent. Local representative Phil Lyman is challenging him, as well as a few others. There's actually 9 candidates in that governor's race. Again, not Cody Stewart speaking here, but most seem to believe that Governor Cox has a very good chance of being reelected, but that will be a contested race. So we'll see what happens. Lastly, at the state level, Attorney General. There's a few other races, but the Attorney General race is one that I think could have some impacts on the county. 8 candidates in that race. I'd say, again, the consensus seems to be that Derek Brown has a pretty good position in that race right now, is seen by many as the front runner. Because Phil Lyman is running for governor, he's not running for his House District 69. So there are 4 candidates in that race: Doug Heaton, Logan Monson, Davina Smith, and Lynn Jackson. I think you all know many, if not all of them. But those are the 4 candidates for Phil's spot. So that will be interesting to see. And again, that one is very obviously critical to the county. We hope that whoever wins that race is someone that we can work with, and we will do what we can to strive to have a good relationship with them. The Senate District representing Grand County is Senate District 26. David Hinkins, the incumbent, did decide to run again. That I think a few people were surprised. There had been some rumblings he was not going to run, but he is the incumbent. He's running again, and he again is likely to win that race again. So again, I only share all that not to prognosticate, not to weigh in at all on those races, other than to say the individuals in those races will impact the county and what we are able to do, some of the challenges we're likely to face. And so I think it's worthwhile just understanding some of those races at the national, state, and local level. More to this upcoming legislative session. Last year was a busy year. They actually passed a record number of bills. There were 929 bills that were introduced last session, and 535 bills passed the Utah House and Senate and were signed by the governor. Some of those bills are controversial, but to be honest, this is surprising to some people. about 80% of the bills that pass last session and in most sessions in the state are passed unanimously. So there's a large number of bills and policies that pass that have unanimous or near unanimous support, but the media tends to focus, as you would expect, on some of the more controversial ones. But those again, that's 10 to 20% of the bills. Last year, there was a $29 billion budget. Some of the high priorities last year were education, water, housing, transportation, and tax cuts. And many of those issues are probably going to continue this year as well. The last thing I'll say about last year that I think was, just to be candid, probably a wake up for us in Grand County was the passage of HB 416, which clawed back some authority that had previously been granted to the county when it came to TRT and economic development funds and programs. Again, working with some of the commissioners here, I think that was it was a frustrating experience to see. I think largely the county's concerns were not heeded, and there was a pretty big pushback on what the county was trying to accomplish last year. The good thing that developed from that, though, is I do think, as I said, there were some lessons learned about things we can do better and how we can be more effectively advocate for the county in this session and going forward. So hopefully that bill did teach us a few things and gave us a roadmap of what we can do better. In terms of this session, much like last year, the legislature is dominated by a Republican. There are Republicans in the House control 61 of 75 seats. In the Senate, they control 23 of 29 seats. So once again, the Republican members of the state legislature have a commanding majority, and most of the big decisions will occur within the Republican caucus. At a high level, everything I'm hearing about this session is they're saying it's a lean year. The dollars, the revenue projections didn't come in as they expected. So there's not as much money, certainly not as much as last year. And so they're saying it's a lean year. Ironically, at the same time, they're also saying there's going to be enough money for a tax cut, which is always interesting that the dollars are tight, but they find money for a tax cut. To the size of that to be determined. But it seems like both the House and Senate have both indicated that that is a priority for them. The other issues that the legislative leadership has identified as their priorities, and again, there are quite a few, and I just tried to summarize a few of them, but the things they've identified, taxes, as I just said, housing, water and drought are issues they're going to plan to address, energy, homelessness, public lands, and education. And again, there's a few others, but those are probably the ones that may be of interest and ones we'll certainly be monitoring on behalf of the county. Let me just maybe do a quick pause and see, are there any questions up to this point? Anything I've said or any feedback, or if not, I can talk about some of the things I think we're going to monitor this session, but I want to give at least a pause and give you the chance to ask me any questions if you have any.
Looks like not, Cody.
Okay. So a couple of things recently, I just want to bring to your attention, several of you are aware of this because you helped participate and help do this, but we did sponsor a tour with several legislators in December to come down to talk about housing and the state parks in the county. We also did a tour of Arroyo Crossing to see the housing development there and discuss affordable housing in the county. I think it was a good event, and I think it again laid out a roadmap of the sort of things we should be doing more often. Because of the timing, we weren't able to get all the people we wanted to. There were actually quite a few that had RSVP'd that, for a variety of reasons, could not come down for that tour, but they have expressed an interest in coming down. So Steve Waldrop, for example, the state's new housing kind of guru, he says he wanted to come down. It didn't work timing wise, but he has committed to coming down in the next few months. The session complicates things. He may be tied down due to the session, but we're going to try to get him and several other state legislators to come down again, probably in the springtime or summertime. And so we'll certainly keep that on your radar. But if you have ideas or suggestions about the issues that we should discuss when we do that next tour, I would love to get your thoughts and suggestions. But overall, I do think that the December tour was a successful one, and Jacques and Mary and Bill played a key role in helping that happen. So I thank you for your participation. Going forward again in the next 45 days, here's the issues that have been indicated to me are the ones that I think are of most interest, generally speaking, to the county. I'd say tourism in general, whether it be TRT or just policies that impact tourism, obviously have a huge impact on Grand County. Housing is another one that's gotten a lot of attention lately, and that was again one of the primary impetuses behind our tour in December. Water will continue to be an issue. It's not just in Grand, but throughout the state, throughout the West. Water shortages, drought, Colorado River. Great Salt Lake is a big issue, but maybe not so much for down there. Childcare too is one that I think that I've heard from commission members is of a priority that we should be monitoring during the session. At the federal level, there are several issues that I know have been on the radar in the past that I imagine will continue to be so. National parks, policies that impact, whether it be the ways that people can access the parks, policy that impact, the general public lands discussions, those will continue to be issues. UMTRA obviously is a big priority too. And that's one I've been involved with when I worked in Congress. I mean, 18 years ago, I was involved with that at the federal level. And I know that continues to be an issue. And Mary does a great job of, continue to monitor that and push that forward. Up until now, there's been kind of a legislative team that from the county with whom I work. And I've mentioned that their names, Jacques, Mary, and Bill, are my primary sources of outreach and direction from the county. And it's been a pleasure working with the three. I think each of them brings an important perspective and background to advocating on behalf of the county. I think they do a good job. If that is how you want to continue to interact, I think that's fine. It's hard to have a full commission interact with a lobbyist just because there's sometimes different issues and perspectives. And I think there does need to be a structure. But I'm open if there's different ways, or if there are issues you want me to be monitoring. I would urge you to work with the other commission members, work through that legislative team, that ad hoc legislative team, and coordinate. But if there are things you want me to specifically monitor on behalf of the county, please let me know. Last thing I was going to say is just that, well, I guess two things. One, I've heard some talk about a federal trip, and I think those are always helpful on the federal issues. The way my direction I've received so far from the county is much more to focus on the state and local issues. But if you wanted me to play a more prominent role on engaging on the federal issues, I'd be happy to do so. Just wait for direction from you all as to whether you want me to do that. But I guess going back to what I said earlier, last session, and I think in previous discussions, what we've learned over the last year or two is that it really does matter face time that you have with legislators. I can't tell the story about the county nearly as well as you can. You live there, you know the issues so much better than I do. You have stories and narratives and backgrounds that are compelling. And so I just want to say that it matters a lot to have the face time with legislators. And I do think that was one of the things that hurt us last year, is that some of the legislators just didn't know Grand County. They didn't know the officials. They didn't know what the priorities were. And by the time we tried to get the to them, it was too late. So my advice to the commission is to continue to, and perhaps even increase your exposure to the key legislators, key executive branch officials, key agency heads, because they need to hear from you. And when they don't, they often don't understand what the chief concerns are, what the chief worries and problems you're facing. So I guess one of those key lessons is just interaction, FaceTime matters. It makes a difference. It makes a big difference. And I would urge you to work with me and work with kind of the ad hoc legislative team there in the county to figure out ways that we can increase our exposure and time spent with legislators. Relationships really do matter. And like I said at the outset, the way that politics is upstream of policy, relationships are also upstream of policy. And if you don't have those relationships, oftentimes the policy suffers. So I'll go ahead and pause there again. I think I've gone on long enough. Are there any specific questions, or are there any obvious gaps in my understanding of your priorities, of things you want me to be monitoring and reporting back to you on during this legislative session and beyond?
All right, thanks, Cody. Yeah, Mary's got something for you.
I think a big concern for Grand County is the film incentive. There's talk of not even waiting for the sunset to cease it this year. And it has been a big help to our economy, especially where, you know, tourism is slowing down nationwide. So that is something I really want to have us keep track of.
That's great. Thank you for reminding me of that, Mary. And I apologize. That was actually one issue I should have mentioned that the council or the commission had actually encouraged me to weigh in on that during the last session. So we did weigh in support of the incentive last session, but you're absolutely right, Mary. There is some question as to whether it will continue. There is an effort, Senator Winterton, I believe, is going to be pushing a bill that would extend the sunset. So that is one that I'm making notes here, but I will ensure that continues to be one that we monitor at the state level.
Which which senators are opposed to continuing it?
There's only a handful, but that's all it takes. I mean, I wouldn't even say there's a chief champion opposing it. There are just some. I would just generally say those that see themselves as staunch fiscal conservatives who think that the film incentive is a giveaway to Hollywood. That's kind of the line you hear. And if you actually look at the details of how the program works, it's not that, but that is the perception of some. So there are a handful in Utah County, a handful in Salt Lake, just kind of a random scattering of representatives who are not fans of it. Most members of the legislature are supportive. There's only a handful of champions, though. You know, and Senator Winterton is one. Stenquist is the House sponsor this year, Representative Stenquist. I think he's actually friendly to Grand County, so we'll work with him on that. But you know, definitely that's one that's flagged and will be monitored for sure on behalf of the county.
Thanks, Cody. Anybody else have a comment or question for Cody, or do you want to open the discussion up for other things that we'd like to look at during this legislative session? And again, I think we all kind of keep our own tabs on what's going on. I think, you know, just our own specific interests, but having Cody as like a point person and he's up there all the time and just kind of giving us a heads up on things is super valuable. So, Kevin?
I was curious to hear more about what kind of housing legislation you think might emerge, and especially stuff that would affect Grand County.
That's a great question, Kevin. It's interesting. The governor, the Senate president, and the speaker have all mentioned housing as a priority. The challenge is, I think all three of them have a different view of how to address it. So I don't know if I have not yet seen a consensus housing bill. The governor in his budget and in his budget announcement, he really highlighted that and talked about a large sum that he wanted to go towards affordable housing. So again, there are a few bills that have started to be introduced, but I can't tell you if there's a consensus bill just yet. But those are ones that I'll monitor. And again, if there are ones that you see that you like or that you think are problematic that would have a negative impact on what you're doing there in the county, then please let me know. I will say, as I mentioned, that the tour we did, I think was helpful. And Steve Waldrop, again, the governor's point person on housing, knows that Grand County is a leader and that a lot of the issues they're talking about, whether they intend it to or not, will directly impact Grand County, and that Grand County is in some ways, you know, ground zero on a lot of the critical issues just about affordability. So anyway, that'll be one that I'll monitor. Again, I wish I could tell you I had a good sense of where that's going to emerge, but there's a lot of uncertainty and disagreement about how that should be addressed right now.
What are the opposing views, would you say?
Some of it is, I'll be candid, there are a lot of developers that are legislators. And so they have a perspective that's sometimes different than those who are looking at it more from a public, I got to be careful how I say that. I think what you'd expect. Again, some are just a little more reluctant to have government weigh in and what they see as interfering with market forces. They think market forces are sufficient and lead to the best possible housing outcomes. And others see that there may be the need to provide some support or additional fingers on the scale to help those that just can't afford. So, I mean, housing is a huge issue across the state. It's not just Southern Utah. It's Salt Lake, Davis County, Cache, everywhere. Every legislator, every county commission you talk to, housing is one of their top issues. So again, there's no doubt it will be addressed, but to what extent, I just don't know just yet.
Thanks, Cody. It looks like our county attorney has joined us on Zoom and he has his hand up. So I'd ask Stephen to speak if you'd like to.
Cody, are there any proposed restrictions or mechanisms that would reduce local control, such as speeding up the time clock for, say, planning and zoning to review things, or taking away any of the local control that planning and zoning has in order to kind of push some of these projects through? I think those would be things that we'd want to especially be aware of.
No, great question. And I mean, there has been discussion. I mean, and even, yes, I have not seen the bill text that would do that, but there certainly have been rumblings, and there's a sense from some that the state needs to weigh in and ensure that local governments change the way they're doing things. So I do think that definitely will be something. You know, I work closely with UAC and leagues and towns, and so I know they're monitoring that very closely. But that will be one that I'll place an emphasis on in terms of recognizing and trying to give you the heads up if we see that coming, and vice versa. Sometimes in your circles you'll hear, you know, as soon or even before I do. So if you see a bill or hear those discussions, you know, today was largely kind of a ceremonial day. Not much. They're actually doing house time right now on the floor, but this housing issue and kind of reducing or tweaking local zoning laws certainly is up for discussion. So we need to be wary of that.
Great. Thanks, Cody. Trish?
And I don't know if you know much about this, Cody, but just this morning I heard about House Bill 151, which was an inventorying of public lands within municipalities. Basically, my understanding is so that it could be transferred from federal to state ownership. Do you know much about that? And just my personal opinion is I'm not a big advocate for transfer of public lands to state ownership, but
Yeah, so that is one I've heard about. It is one I'm somewhat familiar with, and this actually mirrors some federal legislation that Senator Lee has sponsored. Commissioner, to that specific bill, I mean, there's nothing in state authority that would give the state the ability to actually execute that transfer. So I think it would probably be more of a symbolic, or it would call on the federal delegation to implement that. But you know, at the same time, I don't want it to. What the bill purports to do is to identify there are isolated parcels, there are federal lands that really are not serving a purpose. And in the context of housing, at least again, Senator Lee and a few others have said, if there are some federal lands that are not being used, that are federal, this is more than you want to know. Public land managers are required to identify land suitable for disposal in their land management plans. And so there are these lists of lands that they have identified in the past, where they've said that, you know, we really don't have a strong management interest in these areas. And so I think that's what they're trying to target, or at least they say they're trying to target those lands and see if there's a way to maybe marry that with some housing alleviation. But again, that's one I'll flag and let you know. If you hear more about it or have some more specific concerns about it, let me know. Again, my concluding thought would just be the state legislature can't force that to happen. For that to ever actually happen, it would require federal legislation.
okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, Cody.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else have any specific questions for Cody? And then I'd take like maybe 5 minutes and just talk about procedure, like how we'd want to go forward. In the past, for example, we've voted on certain bills that the commission, you know, gave a thumbs up or a thumbs down on, bills that we'd like to specifically support or come out against. And then also, you know, we each have our individual opinions, which can vary greatly. But as far as putting the county's weight behind something, we'd have to have a majority of commissioners behind it to actually push it forward, obviously.
And haven't we done, in the past, we've also just said things, we support bills that will help with housing.
Yes.
And not so specific. Because sometimes they happen so fast. We can't just, in 2 weeks, it could be introduced and passed.
Right.
So sometimes it's more concepts that we need to agree upon.
Yeah, my comment was pretty similar to what Mary just said. I think in addition to specific bills, it'd be good to just say that, you know, we're opposed to further erosion of local control, for example. And so any bill that's making, you know, taking decision power away from local governments, we're not in favor of it.
giving back local control, we would.
I will say on that point again, UAC is a very staunch defender, and I mean, so
Right.
I think to the extent you're working with UAC, they're very good on that issue. But it's always worth reminding them, and you know, the strength in numbers. It's sometimes if it's just Grand County saying something, it only go so far. But when you have 23, 25, 27 counties saying the same thing, it actually carries a lot of weight up here.
Yeah. So going forward, you all, like I said in the past, we've had at each meeting, maybe we could dedicate just one action item to supporting or not supporting certain bills. We can pick a couple of bills out and have a discussion on what do we have? Probably we only have really just 2 more meetings before the end of the session. So I think that's probably something that we'd want to do, and then as far as engaging with Cody, like he said, like we do have an ad hoc group of Bill and Mary and myself that work on the legislative issues, but obviously everyone should be involved, and yeah, I don't know if you want to filter things through the 3 of us, or if you know, I'm fine if anyone wants to contact Cody about anything. I think that's great. I'd be very supportive of that.
Email everybody to.
Yeah. Do you have any other thoughts on that, Cody?
Just to echo what you said, Jacques, that again, any of you that feel free to reach out to me. For me to take the quandary I face is I want to make sure that if I am taking any action, it actually is on behalf of the entire commission.
Yeah.
So to that extent, again, if there's something pending, a question you have, feel free to reach out to me directly. But if there's actually some action or advocacy you want me to engage in, for my sake, it would help if it went through the ad hoc group, just so I know that it's been vetted and that it actually does represent the views of all the council.
Great. All right. Yeah, we're at just after 3:30, which is perfect timing. Does anyone, in our next, I think our next workshop is going to be really short, so I feel comfortable going over a little bit here. So is there any other concluding thoughts anyone would like to share or ask Cody before we sign off?
I don't know any specific bills, but I know that there's discussions around EMS and kind of some of the changes and the formats that's coming down the pipe. And I imagine there'll probably be discussions about regulations and reimbursement rates. And our local special service district and our department's executive director should be up there attending a lot of that, but I may kind of pass things from him to you, and feel free to do so vice versa. But our body's really lockstep with the special service district, and they've got a good finger on the pulse of what's best for our citizens here. So I'd like to just kind of give him a general endorsement, and whatever he feels best, I'm confident that he's tracking it well.
Do you know Andy Smith, Cody? Have you met him?
I think by name, I don't know if we've met, so I'll just make a note. Andy Smith.
Yeah, briefly.
Right. It's funny because each time I was up at the session 3 times last year, and I think I saw Andy every single time. So he definitely gets up there.
He's pretty active. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, well, I know you're wrapping up, just to make sure I caught the notes for what was, so in addition to tourism, housing, water, childcare, the specific recommendations on this call have been film incentive, local control, HB 151, and EMS related issues. And I'm sure there are others, but I'm just keeping kind of a set of a list of the issues that are of concern. If you want me to add to that, feel free to text me, give me a call, shoot me an email. Yeah,
and Cody, and if anything does come down the pipe, like right away, you think it's important for us to know, definitely feel free to reach out to the committee, myself. It'd be great to know sooner than later, obviously.
Absolutely. Okay.
Sounds good.
Appreciate
all right,
your time.
thank you so much, Cody.
Thank you all.
All right. I will adjourn that special workshop of the Grand County Commission, and we will commence with our second workshop. The second workshop is our quarterly, this is third quarter. So quarter 3 high impact special event intent to apply submissions. Quarter 3 is a light time for us. It's the middle of summer. It's July, August and September, so we are very light on special events. I believe there's only 3 of them on this one. And we will get going on this workshop. All present are the same as before, and we've been joined by Attorney Stocks on Zoom, and I will turn it over to our commission coordinator, Alicia Oliver, to get us going on this. Thanks, Alicia.
Thank you. So yeah, it's pretty light, which was lucky for me since I'm just filling in. There are a couple of other events, but they're low impact events and they're on the calendar that's in the packet. But if you want me just to start, what we've got is there's no special events for July. High impact special events for July, I should say. The Grand County Fair is scheduled, and I think there's another low impact event scheduled. But then in August, we've got the Ute 100. And it's sponsored by Revenant Running. It's a running event. It goes from August 24th to 25th. The total daily attendance is estimated at 125 people. It's on public lands, specifically U.S. Forest Service lands. The background on this is the race begins and ends in the large parking lot just off LaSalle Loop Road at the bottom of Miners Basin. And then they'll be on the trail systems up there. There's UPS, Jimmy Kane, Hazardous, Mans Peak, Burrow Pass, Moonlight Meadows, Gold Knob, and Pinhook. And that event's been being held since 2018.
And I think we can change hazardous to hazard.
Hazard, yeah, I know. I copied and pasted.
That's all right.
But we can fix it. And then the Moab Music Festival. It's a concert festival. It's been running. It's got a 31-year history. It will run over 3 weekends, various types of music, musicians from all around the world. The organization does provide annual music scholarships to Grand County students and collaborates with the University of Utah to provide music programming, workshops, concerts, and et cetera for youth and adults in the community. And it runs from 8/28 to September 11th. And it says anywhere from 52 to 500, depending on the day of the event. Then the September submissions is one. It's the Moab Century Tour 2024 put on by Skinny Tire Events. It's another running event. And
It's actually a cycling event.
Or cycling event.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have that highlighted. Cycling event. And it runs from September 20th to the 22nd. It's also held on public lands. It's a 2-day event that covers a lot of Moab's landscape, and looks like they've got, Bull Canyon overlook to carving out the rock formation. Sorry, it's been a minute since I read this. I had a long weekend. They finish along the Colorado River, and both routes offer viewpoints and challenging climbs. They make donations to the Moab Healthcare Foundation, and they've had a 22-year history.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. It's a nice, concise list. And obviously, I think the music festival is one of the most cherished events in town, and the other events have a history as well.
And I did invite each of the event holders here. I told them they didn't have to come, but let them know that it was happening. So if you had more questions, they may or may not be available.
Great. Any comments, Kevin?
I think in the past we've given sort of an advance approval for a few events. Did any of those fall in this quarter?
Yes, I believe so. Let me pull up that calendar real quick. Looks like maybe not in this grouping. I think there is one in October though that you guys
Okay,
approved
thanks.
at the last meeting. So
Right.
yeah.
Okay, great.
Are we just asking general questions?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Is the Revenant running, is that Jordan? Is he?
Yes, and he is online.
Oh, yeah, I see him online.
So I have a question for you, Jordan, if you don't mind. Are you there?
That question is Jordan.
I'm here, I'm present.
Great.
Okay, great, thank you. Hey, so, your event, it's, August 24th and 25th, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then do you come out Miners Basin and go up kind of through the curves there and then link in with Hazard and Jimmy Keen and all of that? Is that correct?
The race starts, as Alicia mentioned, at that utility parking lot And they initially do like a 6-mile pinhook loop. So 3.5 miles on the dirt road before they link back up to LaSalle Loop Road, and then 2.5 miles back to the start finish line. And then from there, they immediately go up Miners Basin Road.
Okay. But they're on the loop road, kind of from that parking, the main parking lot to Miners at one point.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Early in the
So
morning.
just-
First thing in the morning.
Okay, so just for your just kind of knowledge, I know last year that's hunting season. Hunting season is in full, it's rolling. And I know I heard quite a bit of like concerns about that you guys just had teeny tiny cones kind of delineating, where the runners should be on that road. So just for your, just input, just maybe making sure you have larger markers to keep those runners safe, because there are just a lot of people up there at that time.
Yeah, of course. I directed the race last year. I inherited the race from the previous race director. And I was interested in knowing how many cars might be on the road during that time. And there were 0 cars that used LaSalle Loop Road from that. It was about 6 to 6:30 that the runners were on the road. I did put large cones, just standard, construction cones out. I put about one every 1/10 of a mile. It was the first time that anyone had ever put out cones for the event. The previous race director, Sean Blanton, it did not put out the cones. I contacted the National Forest, and they recommended that I certainly put out the cones. So I marked the course with the cones this year for the first time.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jordan. I'm just, just conveying that information. It is, it is hunting season. I'm shocked that there weren't vehicles on the road at that time, because that would be prime time. And then just trying to keep your runner safe.
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. And the other thing I'd add, it's also whole enchilada trail season. So there's probably going to be a lot of cyclists coming down even very early. I think the shuttle drop-offs can be as early as 6:30 at that time. Yeah, lots of riders coming down, Hazard and Jimmy Keane especially.
Yes, of course.
Any other questions or comments on any of these special events? So in the past, I think we've just had a quick, we will approve of these at the, or disapprove of them as an action item. I think it's our first item of action at our regular meeting. In the past, we've kind of given a thumbs up or a thumbs down during the special workshop. I don't know if that's necessary right now, but I think it's something we could probably, looks like everyone's giving him a informal thumbs up. So I think we're good. Okay, are you guys comfortable with that? We can recess until 4 then, and then pick the special events back up with our first action item sometime later during our commission meeting. That's a good question. We'll see. Yeah. Or the meeting starts at 4. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have a lengthy start to the meeting.
I'll just add too, just so you guys know, I know this looks really light, but there are quite a few events that have already applied for the last quarter of the year, which includes October and November. So.
Yeah, October's and the beginning of November are very heavy. So I think this is the lightest of all the 4 quarters.
And the calendar in the packet was just the high impact events.
Yeah, it's just the ones that are for this intent to apply period.
But I mean, can we see the low impact events that are occurring the same weekends?
All of the low impact events are also on that calendar.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, they're in blue. But I'd be happy to send out a calendar to you guys if you want that has everything that we have so far. And then it's everything we have so far with low impact that have already been approved for upcoming 3 months.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to say thank you to Alicia.
Yeah.
Standing in.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alicia. All right, I will adjourn the special workshop, and we'll recess until 4 o'clock, when we will start with our Thompson Spring Special Service Fire District meeting that'll last for 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll get to our regular commission meeting. Thanks.
Chief Markham, can you hear?
We're good. All right, I'll ask for my speaker working. I'll ask for quiet, everybody. I'm going to call to order our January 16th Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District regular meeting. January 16th, present are Commissioners Kevin Walker, Evan Clapper, Bill Winfield, Trish Hadeen, Mike McCurdy, Mary McGann, and myself, Jacques Hadler. We also have Clerk Wojtek in the chambers, and we have County Attorney Stephen Stocks online, as well as County Administrator Mallory Nassau and Associate Administrator Quinn Hall, and we have Chief Markham on Zoom. Thanks for joining us, Chief. Our first order of business today, as it is our first meeting of the year, is the nomination and appointment of the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District President and Secretary for 2024. Mary.
I would like to nominate Jacques Hadler as president and Kevin Walker as secretary.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right. Any discussion? And I will just note that this is generally a formality that the commission serves as the board, and usually the chair and the vice chair serve as the president and secretary. So nothing crazy here.
But if anyone really wants to be secretary, I will happily yield my place.
All right. I will call for a vote on the nomination. All in favor, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We now have our Citizens to be Heard session, and this is a Citizens to be Heard session for Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District only. We'll get to our regular Citizens to be Heard session here in just a couple of minutes. Is there anyone here who would like to come forward and be heard on Thompson Springs? Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to be heard on Thompson Springs? All right, it looks like not. So we will move right on to our consent agenda. Our consent agenda today consists of meeting minutes for December 5th and December 19th, 2023. The second item on our consent agenda is ratification and payment of bills, Thompson Spring. Said bills in the amount of $1,396.68 and payroll in the amount of $895.96 for a total bills and payroll in the amount of $2,292.64. And that is the entirety of our consent agenda today. So moved. Thanks, Mike.
I'll second that.
All right, motion to approve consent agenda from Commissioner McCurdy, second from Commissioner Dean. All in favor of approving the consent agenda as read? And the motion passes unanimously. We're on to our fire chief's report, and Chief Markham gave us our report, and I would invite him to give his report at this time. Chief.
Okay, hi, thank you. I'll start with recent incidents. On December 20th, I had a law enforcement assist out there in Thompson, help them get some stuff open with one of my tools. On December 29th, we were called to a vehicle fire in the middle of the night out on I-70 mile marker 212. We got out there, there was a vehicle, but it wasn't on fire. We walked around to the front of the vehicle, and it was apparent someone had lit a guitar on fire. We just knew that because there was a headstock of a guitar. That was the only thing left and nobody around, so go figure. All our equipment's in good working order as of now. Tomorrow I'll be leaving to the annual state fire chiefs meeting and winter fire school out in St. George. The new firefighter that we've recruited is working out well. He's been on 2 calls so far, and he's pretty gung-ho, and we've arranged regular trainings for him. Lately, I've been receiving the last couple of months more requests for planning and zoning input, resulting in actually additional work and training for me. It's a new area for me, so I'm learning a new area of expertise, and planning and zoning has been patient with me, but those requests have definitely stepped up. So I'm learning a lot about that. And I know it's been pretty dry here in Moab, but we've been getting some decent snow out in Thompson. We had about 3-4 inches. It's melted now, but it's good to see a little snow out there. And that's all I have.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Mark, and have a great training.
Thank you.
All right, and we have no new or old business in Thompson. Anyone with a future consideration? Fire District, all right. Seeing not, I will now adjourn this regular meeting of the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District. And with that, I will call to order the January 16th, 2024 regular meeting of the Grand County Commission. Please rise for a pledge of allegiance.
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we've come to our regular citizens to be heard session, but before we have citizens to be heard, I'm going to read a statement, and that statement is a collaboration of the county sheriff and attorney's office, as well as myself. The county and the sheriff's office have been made aware of threats against the developers of the Kane Springs Special Service District. We, the county, as well as the sheriff, take all threats seriously, and the sheriff's office is investigating the allegations and working with various agencies through continuous intel. They have also stepped up regular patrols and increased law enforcement presence in the development area. We are confident that these measures will ensure safety of personnel and property. The county attorney would also like it to be known that any violations of law will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. We would encourage community members to use peaceful and legal means of expressing themselves. Thank you. And also, before we get into our citizens to be heard, I just want to lay down a couple of ground rules. It looks like we have a full house here, which we haven't had in a while, so thank everybody for showing up. We do generally have a 3-minute enforced comment period. It looks like there's a whole bunch of people here. I'm sure that not everyone is going to be able to have a chance to comment. I would ask you to please keep your comments short and concise. Mary has some signs she'll show you when you're down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. But if you want to keep them shorter than that and just express yourself in a couple of minutes, that would ensure that more people get a chance to speak. It's 4:07 right now. I will allow comment until 5 o'clock. We have a long agenda here, and we actually need to get to the business of our discussion about the Kane Springs district in a timely manner. So 5 o'clock is when I will cut off comment, and then we'll have a second citizens to be heard comment at 6 o'clock, and I'll give similar time for people to comment. You may also send comments to commission@greencountyutah.net. You can send emails, and I assure you that they will be read. Just one other thing, I want to make sure that everybody knows at this time, there's not an action item concerning this project on our agenda today. So we're actually not voting today on anything that has to do with Kane Springs. This is an informative session. It is to clear the air about some things and just give folks like an idea about the timeline for how this is developed, and hopefully impart some valuable information to everybody. So with that, I will, yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
am I remembering correct? In the past, when we've had a lot of people who want to speak, have we made it 2 minutes so that more people get a chance?
We have made it 2 minutes. I think I'd prefer that if everyone has a chance. People may have come with statements longer than that to be prepared. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but 3 minutes strictly enforced if you guys would honor everybody else who's here to comment with that.
2 minutes. And then if it's at the 2 minutes, I will do this, and then I'll wait.
Great. I'll start with comment here in the chamber. Just raise your hand and I'll just randomly pick people. We're also going to take comment from folks on Zoom as well. So I'll mix it up, but I'll definitely start with the chamber with a few people. Okay. There's not, honestly, there's not. Thank you. There's not a whole lot I can do about that. So I'll start with raise your hand here in the chamber first. Yes, sir. And the gentleman with the white hair in the back. Yeah, in the blue shirt, please come forward. Right. Oh, yes, please, before you, please state your name for the record before you make your comment. Would be very helpful.
Thank you all for listening to us today. I'll be as brief as I can. My first concern is the road condition, Kane Springs Road. Somebody in the construction area has driven on it with tracked vehicles. You can see the marks in the road. The road is not up to standards. And as a taxpayer, I'm not interested in paying to repave that road for these guys to make money. I'm curious about the water table. Last spring when we had high water, the water infiltrated into the property. If they're going to put 2,000 houses down there, How deep are they gonna have to drive pilings to support it? Because when we have high water years, that water will infiltrate and it'll make unstable ground for those houses to be on. My last point is endless growth endlessly is not possible. We have to stop at some point, and that goes for the whole world.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave.
I'll take, please raise your hand and I'll take another, I'll take about 5 comments from the chambers here. Yeah, ma'am. Yep.
My name is Leanna Usher. And the more that I hear about this project, the more that I'm reminded of a parable that I learned when I was a child from the Bible. And also it's in the Book of Mormon too, about the person who built on sand and how much of a fool he was because of the inevitable rains, winds, and storms that will come and knock it over. We're building on a sandbar, even if it's elevated, it's still in a floodplain. And last thing, I would like to end with a quote from the captain of the Titanic. I will say, I cannot conceive of any fatal disaster happening to this ship. Modern shipbuilding has reduced that danger to a minimum, and we all know how that went based on ego. It was not inevitable, or it was not invincible, and neither will this development be.
Thank you. Next comment. Yes, sir.
John, can people hear this out in the hallway?
Yeah.
Is there a microphone?
The speakers are on out in the hallway. Yes. The speakers don't go all the way down. It is what it is. We only have sound just in the general vicinity of the chambers here. Yeah. Yes, sir.
My name's Gary Daniel, live in Boat, Moab. Up until recently, I was construction, swinging hammers and welding, and I could have very well made a bunch of money off of a project like this. But I think any locals in construction with any scruples will not be involved in this, including Bill Winfield, who moves a lot of dirt for developers. I also think the county seems to be kowtowing to developers in a lot of ways, talking about paving the road up sand flats, coincidentally, Linebacker Resort. That seems pretty darn strange to me. And all of a sudden, the county's putting a bunch of money towards Kane's Creek getting paved, getting improved, and then the development comes through. So I think there needs to be a lot more accountability, a lot more questions asked about these things.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. In the black.
Hello, my name is Sam Newman. This is really more of a comment directly to the developers, but I'd like to make it at this meeting to plant a seed. I understand that this project is within legal limits of the zoning for the parcel it sits on. So rather than talk about why it saddens and upsets me, I will instead talk about Andrew Carnegie. Carnegie was a steel baron known for vertically integrating the industry. If you spend any amount of time reading about Andrew Carnegie, you'll encounter some writing about secret negotiations, ruthless business practices, violent union busting. But if you ask the average person in America what association they have with Andrew Carnegie, they'll probably mention the Carnegie Libraries. I would encourage the developers, who may or may not be on Zoom, seems like not, I would encourage you to make a similarly shrewd decision about your legacy in Moab. The people commenting today will probably never like what you're going to do down Kane Creek, but you could have an immensely positive impact on the trajectory of the lives of the people here in this town with a bit of philanthropy. I have 3 suggestions, and I'm sure other commenters today have more. 1, donate a large amount of money to the Moab Valley Multicultural Center. This organization provides direct support to many of the most vulnerable people in our community, people whose lives are ever more difficult as Moab becomes more expensive. 2, donate a large amount of money to the Moab Free Health Clinic. This organization is another very important service provider for the most vulnerable among us, who again are negatively impacted by the real estate boom that you're participating in and profiting from. And 3, and this is the one I'll leave you with, that I think is probably most realistic and most important, donate a parcel of land to the Moab Area Community Land Trust, perhaps part of the parcel in the Kane Creek corridor. Land is in short supply here, and this would reserve more of it for affordable, non-luxury housing. If Kane Creek is going to be developed, and it seems like it will be, it would soften the blow to see part of it be reserved for people struggling to find secure housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Touch people, can't log in to meeting. No passcode.
That's. So, all this account, we're trying to ask people if what they're here to participate in, if they can't answer, can't let in case there's someone that's malicious.
Okay, and I would, yeah, there's only so much bandwidth we have on Zoom. You can log in on YouTube. You won't be able to make a comment, but you can see everything that's going on YouTube. Yes, ma'am.
My name's Amy Johnson. I'm a full-time resident of Moab. I'm a homeowner. I also have a master's degree in geological engineering from the Colorado School of Mines with a specialty in hydrogeology. So I've worked for a private environmental consultant. I know how this works. Generally, data can be manipulated. Various results can be massaged. I just think you need to really, really closely look at any reports that are delivered by this developer. Don't take it for granted. Because in my opinion, my inclination is there is no way that a fill foundation by a project of this size can stand up to a flood of the Colorado River, especially in a narrow canyon like that. I can't see how that could possibly work. So, especially, I just found out, and we're just a couple weeks into this project, that the developer has already tried to use some illegal fill, and you had to stop him. Gotcha. So, you know, we need to take a closer look at this fill foundation that's been proposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Yeah, ma'am.
Hey, my name is Allison Anders. And I just want to express my concern because it feels really disingenuous for this project to be framed as a preservation project. They have preservation listed before development in their name. And I just don't think this developer has conceptualized how complicated true preservation and restoration of the habitats are here in this region. There are organizations that already exist in this community who are working really hard to restore the ecosystem. And I don't feel confident that Kane Creek Preservation and Development Partners actually wants to preserve. I'm not sure if they understand the difference between landscaping and revegetation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna change it up for a second and give a chance for a few people on Zoom to make comment. If you're on Zoom, please put your hand up. And Quinn, I can't see everyone on Zoom, so if you could give me a name or yeah. So if you're on Zoom to make comment, please unmute and or raise your hand, and we'll go with that. Okay, it looks like Marianne Becknell. Marianne, you can unmute and speak if you like.
Hi, how's it going? I miss you guys. I'm up in medical school right now in Salt Lake City. Before that, I was a planning commissioner. Before that, I was employed at the hospital, and I lived on Stewart Lane right next to another sewage plant. And I became very aware of some of the issues that go on Kane Creek. One of them is the noise. The other one is the sewage issue. You can't ever get rid of the smell. The impact on the road, having people stuck in the canyon during floods and rock slides. If you infill on one side of the river, the water is going to go up on the other side of the river, and you have Potash Road right there with tons of trucks coming down it all the time. And I just want to remind you guys that that's incredibly loud. Any vehicles in that little corridor right there are really, really loud. So I think there are a lot of good reasons to say, hey, this doesn't fit within our community. The impact is just too much. We've done a lot of thinking about this in the past, and I just like to say thanks for all your work. And I don't think this fits with what we want in our county.
Thank you very much. I'll take another commenter on Zoom. Please raise your hand, or you can just unmute. Anyone else on Zoom here to make comment? Is that Alex?
This is Alex. I'll just add that I have a lot of confidence that there's engineers out there who would present plans to aptly address some of the structural concerns, that the developers would consider paying for road repair, et cetera, maybe even making donations to community organizations to mitigate the issues that we're talking about. But in my opinion, even if we can mitigate every negative that would come with this development, there is still the destruction of a natural area that is rare, that is well appreciated by the community, that is appreciated by visitors, provides a natural habitat, and we can't get that back, even if we can mitigate all of the concerns that come with the development itself and safety, et cetera. And so I just hope that that has some weight in all of the considerations as well.
Thank you, Alex. I'll take one more on Zoom right now, and then I'll go back to the chambers here. Someone else on Zoom care to make a comment? Unmute or raise your hand.
Yeah, I'll just like to add one thing. I think everybody in this
Please state your
community
name for the record.
appreciates. Oh, yeah, this is Glenn Maxon. Just wanted to add that I think everybody in this community and why you have such a large turnout appreciates the value of our natural landscape. And this area in particular is used by so many people that appreciate it. And I think that's what makes Moab valuable. And if we lose that, I think we're losing a part of what makes this place special. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to Zoom, but I'll go here in the chambers again. There's a woman in the back. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Mary O'Brien, resident of Grand County. Water and climate change. As I understand it, the water for this development wouldn't come from that aquifer we're talking about in Moab, but it's not clear where the water would come from, how much would be needed, what would it take for Colorado River water to be used, and take into account what John Whiteside is laying out in terms of flooding and water, and what Bill Love is laying out. They're spending a lot of time looking into this, and I think the county commission owes it to these, in particular, two very involved citizens to address what they're raising. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Yeah, it's in the back in the yellow sweater.
I want to talk about the Aquatic Center. My name is Olivia Bone, and I've been a long time a resident here. I go to the Aquatic Center for aerobics. It keeps my bones moving and my body more healthy. And I really enjoy it. And I have a lot of friends that really enjoy it. All of us old ladies that can get some exercise in the swimming pool. We've been really upset the way the things have gone on lately with the Aquatic Center, that we had a person who applied for the job who's highly qualified here in Moab, was not even given an interview. The person that was hired was from out of state with no experience. And she caused an uproar in the Aquatic Center with some of the employees and the staff and us that go to the Aquatic Center. We would like to have a chance to voice that and see why that happened. It didn't seem fair at all to us. Anyway, another thing is the pool water is too cold right now because they don't want to turn the heat up, and it's really hard on our bones and our joints. So I wonder if you can turn the heat up a little bit in the water, and we could enjoy it a little more. So I love Moab, and I grew up here and been here for several years. Anyway, that's my piece.
Thank you very much. And I would encourage you to make comment at the city meeting next week. They actually have more direct control over the aquatic center than the county does.
What time is that? What day?
6 o'clock Tuesday.
There you go.
Here?
It's at the city hall.
Okay.
And then currently they are doing a survey surrounding the aquatic center.
Right.
So yeah, I give input on that also.
I'll take another comment from, yes, sir, in the front.
I'm Everett Hildenbrandt. I wanted to reiterate the point made before that it feels like the developers here are not being very genuine about their intentions. The funding seems to be coming from Giolo Capital. Looking at other things that Giolo has invested in, it doesn't seem promising as something that's aligned with what this community likes and enjoys about the spaces we have here. Looking at an article published in October of 2021, the Kane Creek Preservation and Development Corporation has stated that they want to turn this into a research and innovation center planned for the river corridor. Flexible, more multi-purpose space. You know, this doesn't sound like preserving the natural beauty of this area, which is something that this community would care about. And also all of the stuff I've read or seen about this has felt very contradictory. Obviously, it's probably going to be most profitable to put in nightly rentals, but they talk about employee housing or local housing, but then don't actually put any specific numbers on how much is going to be set aside for those things. So just want to reiterate, it doesn't feel like they're actually being very upfront with their intentions in supporting this community.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Sorry, no babysitters. My name is Laurel Hagan, and I'm a 22-year resident of Moab. I own a home here, and my husband and I own a business here. This little guy is Bjorn, and he told me he agrees with everything I'm about to say. So I think, first of all, like many other people, I really value that area as a quiet and natural space. And my preference very strongly would be for this not to happen at all, and for it to be some kind of public park with some picnic tables, maybe restore the beach for some river access in that area. That being said, regardless of how this goes down, I want to reiterate what this guy said, in that a lot of the developers' comments seem to be mutually contradictory, and it makes me think that they're being pretty disingenuous. It makes me think that what will happen here, that I've seen happen a lot in this area, and I'm sure happens in other places, is that a development, a major one, will get approved. And that it will get approved on certain promises from the developer that they will be very sincere seeming about, and will want to talk to the community and those things. And then over the course of that development being built or being upgraded over the years, those promises will disappear. And that the development will end up as something very seriously different than what it was originally proposed as. And so I would say, don't trust any promises that aren't enforceable. And keep that in mind throughout anything involved in this process. If they say something that's very nice, but don't believe it if it's not enforceable. I'll just give one last example of my 1 minute. I randomly was at the meeting where the dinosaur museum was discussed, because I was there for something else. This was like 12 years ago. And the developer at that time made an elaborate presentation talking about how, because they were going to put it behind a berm and they were going to put up elaborate screening and a fence, that it would be barely visible from the road except for 2 of the dinosaurs. And we all see how that turned out. Similar things that happened with Red Cliff supposedly not being visible from the river except for the main building. We can all see where all the bungalows went. And I can go on with some other examples. And doubling the size of Lions Back. That also, they tried to do that and had to be sued to stop. And I'm sure they're going to try again. So no, don't believe any promises that aren't enforceable. That's my message.
Thank you. I'll take another comment from the chambers here. Yes, ma'am.
It is cold. It's gone so hot.
I'm nervous. I'm Eve Tallman, and I'm speaking about the proposed development on Kane Creek Road. I will pare down my comments to address the ad, and I'd like to, I couldn't quite stomach it, but I wanted to let everyone know that it cost $1,600. And it did have an effect, as you can see by the crowd gathered here today. But with the time that I'd like to address just a few of the claims made in the ad. The number of units. The allowable use is 2,500 units, which is more than the total current residential units within the city, which is 2,284. We have all been the chumps in the past that believe the promises of developers with regard to proposed scope. They are promising 10 to 15 years of construction. I can't wait to meet the millionaires who want to buy in a river stink, mosquito-infested floodplain, zooming with razors and assailed by construction noise for more than a decade. They could invest in the rich person's enclave at Lions Back or throw money away on one of our overstocked $1 million condos downtown. And just so you know, Moab doesn't want or need a presence of, quote, some of the country's largest and most respected outdoors and recreation industry companies, end quote. I doubt those companies will be quite so giddy with enthusiasm when they see the petition with over 5,000 signatures opposing the project. Economic benefits. Moab doesn't want or need a more robust construction industry. The claim of hiring local architects, engineers, and workers is ludicrous and is not panning out already. Workforce housing. Servants' quarters are not needed if the development goes away. The ruse to buy the gravel pile didn't really fool very many folks. Sewage. The experimental sewage plant would be owned by an HOA of second homeowners who would not care nor be accountable in the event of a likely system failure, since the plant will be in the floodplain that floods pretty much every year, as we know. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll take one more from the chambers and I'll go back to Zoom for a few people. Yes, ma'am, in the back.
Hi, my name is Janet Buckingham. My husband and I took a drive down Kane Creek the other day. I hadn't seen it since they started clawing off the trees, and it was heartbreaking. And I'm not going to repeat anything that anyone else said, but ditto. What we were concerned about is the archaeological resources that are along the canyon wall. The rock art starts at about the mouth of Pritchett Canyon and runs all the way to Moonflower Canyon. And I couldn't see, of course, I'm not a road engineer, but I couldn't see how you could possibly widen that road without destroying some of the rock art. And so ditto on what everybody here has said, but we also, I haven't heard anyone mention the archaeological resources, and it needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Janet. I'll go to the Zoom. I'll take comment from Zoom. Please unmute or raise your hand if you're on Zoom and you care to make a comment. Crystal, it looks like.
Hello. My name is Crystal Music. I used to live in Moab 10 years off and on, but I recently moved because of the greed and the wrongness that is happening in that town. And I honestly had to leave because it was disgusting. Once again, Grand County and even the residents, everything is reactive. It's not proactive. Honestly, decades ago, maybe somebody should have bought that land and saved it as a land trust. However, change is going to happen. You keep promoting Moab as the tourist boom center it is, and people are going to come and they're going to live there and their second homes, and you're going to push out everybody, including someone like me who used to work for the Park Service, making, barely scraping by. And so everybody else in their second homes and their, go for it. Whatever. Do what you want. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. It looks like Ian Bauscham has his hand up. Ian?
Hi, my name is Ian Buxbaum. This is my going to be my third year living in Moab. Last year, I was working as a trail ambassador and a canyoneering guide, and I heard a lot of things about why people came to Moab and what their experiences were. And the one thing that I never heard was that people came to Moab because they really loved the housing. No, people, People come here because they love the beautiful views, they love the environment, they love to recreate, and they love the Kane Creek corridor. The Colorado River corridor is where a significant portion of our recreation is. When people come to the national parks and they're not able to get into Arches, they're going down Potash Road and they're going down Kane Creek Road, and they're staring up at the amazing canyon walls that they have. And they want to get away. People come here because they want to get away. And from the big city, from all the people and all the buildings. And they're going to go down a beautiful river road and be surrounded by industrial housing and new roads that are taking away the environment and destroying our amazing views. What makes Moab so special is how remote it is, and bringing in a big housing development is going to be interfering with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Anyone else on Zoom care to make a comment? Please raise your hand or unmute. Is that is that Liz Ballinger, or are you here to make a comment? I see you're unmuted. Looks like not. I'll go back to the chambers here. If anyone is on Zoom and would like to make a comment, actually, is that Courtney? Yeah, Courtney, please unmute and you can make your comment. All right, well, we'll get back to you. All right, someone from the, if you're on Zoom, please use the hand raise symbol and then I'll know that you're ready to make a comment. Right now I'll go back to the chambers for a couple of comments and I'll come back to Zoom. So who's next in the chambers who'd like to, yes ma'am, in the back.
Hey, everybody, and thank you for your service, by the way, first and foremost, and thanks for this opportunity this forum for the public. I've lived here for over 33 years and worked in public lands recreation the entire time.
Would you state your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Sharon Russell.
Thank you.
And what I'm really concerned about is the road. The entry, as you enter the portal and all the way through, working for BLM. It's a woefully underdeveloped road. I know that the developer will be needing to do his part around the developed area, but we have this whole stretch from when you turn off to 500 all the way back. It's unsafe. It's going to cost millions and millions of dollars to redo that road, to use explosives to blow off that around that chunk where you have to go around initially. And I'm just really concerned how you're going to get bike lanes in, how you're going to make that road wide enough to be safe for the visiting public, for the people that live here, for the people that are going to be driving down the road. If we're talking at a minimum of 500 homes, let's say 2,000 more cars, 2 per home, that's a lot of traffic. And I think that's a recipe for disaster. So I would like the county to somehow educate us and address how that's going to be dealt with and who's going to be paying for that. Secondly, a big developer once told me people move to an area because of the landscape, not the house. We know why they would be moving down there, but this landscape is the portal to public lands and to all the recreation, beautiful places we have in that far side of the area. So something to think about. I really appreciate your time and hope all is well.
Thank you. Somebody else in the chambers? Yes, you may come forward.
It's me. I just wanted to say that with no locals, there's no town. Think about the community.
Thank you. I'll take another one from the chambers. Oh yeah, good.
All I have to ask is,
Actually, please state your name first.
sorry, my name is Mary Alice Sanders.
Thank you.
Is nothing sacred anymore? Must every last corner of the desert be developed until there's nothing left? This land holds value in the simple fact that it exists. As Edward Abbey once said, wilderness is not a luxury, but a necessity of the human spirit. Our natural landscape is why this town and this area are so special. Thousands of short-term rentals, a sewage treatment plant, and a strip mall would utterly decimate this incredible, irreplaceable, austere landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to Zoom. If there's anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand or unmute.
I'll go.
Okay, go ahead. Hi, Christy.
Hi, this is Christy out in Castle Valley. Thanks for letting me, talk on Zoom. I just wanted to say the Kane Springs Improvement District is a misnomer to begin with, as the negative impacts outweigh any improvements that might come from the development of that area. While Grand County certainly needs more housing, Kane Springs, delicate zone, everything from the risk of effluent to the riparian zone, the outrageous size of the project impacting existing traffic flow, to the profound risk the project poses to archaeological resources and dark skies there. It is simply a bad idea, and I cannot believe it's been allowed to get this far. The project also runs counter to various plans already in place to attempt to preserve Moab's small town character. Good luck to us all in that regard. Please find a way to restrict the size of the project, if nothing else. Allowing for commerce as well, inappropriate for that area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll go back to Zoom. Anybody else on Zoom here to make comment? John Marsh? John Marsh, it looks like you have your hand up. Please unmute and introduce yourself. Okay, we'll get back to you. Another one from the chambers, please. Yes, ma'am, in the back. Yeah.
My name is Faith Dickey, and I own a guiding business here in town. And I've lived here for 5 years, but I've been coming here for far longer than that. And I just would like to speak to the impact on the community. I think there's a lot of experts who are speaking to the impact on the environment. That is clear. But the impact on the community will also be extremely negative. Who will this benefit is my question. If we're just bringing in more nightly rentals, more people who own luxury homes that locals can't afford, we're going to need people, we're going to need staff to clean those nightly rentals. We're going to need staff to upkeep the area. And so the idea of bringing jobs without having housing that those people doing those jobs can actually live in, it's just continuing this cycle that we're already in. I personally moved 5 times the first year I was here, living in motels, shacks, whatever I could find. I don't want to see the next generation of people coming to Moab having the same experience over and over again. And I think even though a lot of these things are being done, quote unquote, legally, we have an opportunity to fight against it and to speak for our community and what we want. And so I really want people to think about what will they say in 10 years looking back at this moment. It was really difficult to stop that project, so it went through. I don't want my town to be operated like that. If something doesn't benefit the locals, we need to stand up against it. And clearly, we have a lot of voices here in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take another voice from the chamber.
I'm Laura. I am a bicycle rider and a computer nerd that's been living in Moab for about 4 years. Faith is right. There's a lot of people that care about this. And I'm just going to share some data from our petition. There are over 7,000 total signatures on this. Over 800 of them are Grand County residents. And 5,000, more than 5,000 are people who love Moab. We have around 4,000 people on the email list. And there are 700 comments in 6 copies that we're going to give to each one of you. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Laura. I'll take another one from the chambers, but if you are on Zoom and want to be heard, please use the raise your hand emoji and we'll get to you. Yes, ma'am, in the back.
Hi, my name is Kendra Cups, and I work for the school district here in Moab. I moved here about 6 years ago, and I just want to state that I moved here because this wasn't Austin, Texas, which was a town I lived in that was really beautiful, and it was devastating to watch condos take over the town that I loved. And it was every poor I feel like community part of my town there was these little neighborhoods where everybody knew their neighbors and it was local businesses, and that was getting destroyed. And when I came to Moab, it reminded me of what I missed in a community. And so I'm thinking, I live right now, I bought a home luckily before COVID, right by Dave's. And my nighttime routine is to listen to the Razors, which is really relaxing, as you can imagine. But I'm grateful that I live here, and I'm grateful that I'm able to afford to live here. That being said, going to the Rim is like my respite. And so I'm already scared about Dave's Trail with Lions back. And now I'm thinking about the Rim being a place where friends want to come climb on Wall Street, and they get to listen to the Razors and this huge construction for 15 years. And we're just going to keep pushing locals further out. And we're lucky we have a lot of BLM, but it just isn't the town that I feel like was what I moved here for. And I just hope that it's not too late and that we are not more concerned about industry than we are concerned about the community we're building, and especially the wildlife. I'm concerned about the wildlife as well around there. We're talking about humans and the human impact, but what happens to the noise pollution that affects all of the ecosystem around this? So thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to Zoom. It looks like there's a few new names on Zoom. Anybody on Zoom like to make a comment? Please raise your hand. John Marsh, you still have your hand up? Are you ready to make a comment? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Some good points have been raised as to how this has gotten to this point.
I'll go back to Zoom. It looks like there's a few new names on Zoom. Anybody on Zoom like to make a comment? Please raise your hand. John Marsh, you still have your hand up? Are you?
Yeah, I thought I was talking. Am I not talking?
John, please turn your speaker off while you're talking. We can mitigate that.
Oh, I don't know.
Zoom, anybody on Zoom like to make a comment? Please raise your hand. John Marsh, you still have your hand up? Are you?
Yeah, I thought I was talking.
Hey, John, I'm gonna have to. I'll come back to you when I come back to you. Please.
I don't
Karen,
know.
mute yourself, please. Okay. All right, go ahead, John. It sounds like we got the problem solved. I hate hearing my voice coming through like that too. I'm gonna have to. I'll come back to you.
Okay,
If
so,
you're
yeah,
on
it seems
Zoom
that
and you're not making a comment, please turn your mic off.
Okay, so am I here or not? It looks like I'm here, but I'm not
go ahead,
seeing
John.
the meeting. Okay. A lot of good points have been made about how we got this far. It's very simple. They misrepresented what they were doing. They blew a lot of smoke our way as to all these great things that they were going to do down there with an education center and so forth, and then they didn't follow through with it. But I just wanted to make the comment that when they talk about residences, I think they're talking about overnight rentals. The governments here in the valley have been completely unable to come up with any way of controlling that. And however you zone that or whatever they tell you, what the property owners are going to do is they're going to rent those out overnight, and it's going to bring a lot more tourists in here. Frankly, this valley can't support more than what we have now, which is why we've had moratoriums on hotels and other types of overnight rentals. We don't have the services. We don't have the grocery stores. We don't have the electricians, the plumbers. Anybody who's tried to call an electrician or a plumber lately can tell you that there's 3-4 months backlog on those services. And until we get this under control here in the valley, as far as who these people are that can provide services for these homeowners, and even for ourselves, I think it's a little bit too soon to be talking about letting somebody build with a potential of 2,000 single-family homes, which would double the size of the residential buildings, as has been pointed out here in the valley. Thank you. That's all I got.
John. Courtney, you have your hand up. Are you ready to make comment? Courtney?
Yeah.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Courtney Reese. I'm a resident of Moab. I own a small business here. I work at Moab Regional Hospital as well. I have a long list of concerns, but a lot of them have been addressed already. I think that the most recent concern I have is that we received a letter saying that our water bill is going up, which I'm happy to pay. I understand that we live in a desert and, you know, living there year round, you know, we use water and our resources are limited, but I'm curious as to where the water resources are going to come from for this 2,000 single family unit development. I just don't think that we have the resources to support it. I don't think that the aquifers can support it. I know the Colorado River can't. And so I don't know if there has been any forward thinking, you know, addressing that concern.
Great. Thank you, Courtney. I see Katie Larson with her hand up on Zoom. Or yeah, go ahead, Katie.
Hi, my name's Katie Larson. I live up in Salt Lake, but often take trips down to Grand County area. And I am a planner professionally. And I grandma requested the traffic study for this development. And it wasn't like anything I've read before. It said 2,000 daily trips would be generated, which I think that would be about double for this project. People aren't just leaving once a day. If there are 2,000 units all occupied, this would have a lot of traffic generation, and with only one entry and exit point, that's very troubling. In my career, I would never approve anything with only one entry and exit point. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Back to, yeah, you had your hand up in the back. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chamber. Good evening, community of Moab. My name is Zenobia Alicia Sims. I'm a Colorado river runner. I'm the Colorado Plateau River Runner. I've been living here for a number of years, and as a human, aside from everything that we've heard, everything that's been dittoed, I'd like to urge you to retain your value. Wealth is ownership. Do we own this? Does the community own this? Will your children own this? Will their children own this? As I understand business, this is not going to serve most of us here, most of us that are bringing families in here. And that is my main concern, aside from where does water come from, aside from who is paying for this, aside from what is this doing to the environment. Retain your value. I chose to stay here instead of carrying on with my life elsewhere because, wow, what a beautiful place to be. If you do not build it, they will still come. They're not, it's not their option. You are providing an option, that which is not there. You can provide an education of what it means to live and dwell in the desert. And you can pass that on for futures, for generations. A better deal, perhaps, but not this year. That's all I have to say to you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Ashley.
My name is Ashley Lilly. I've been a resident for almost 20 years now. I'm avid mountain biker, avid outdoor recreator, and I just want to remind you guys are fighting against noise pollution with UTVs. Fight against the noise pollution that's going to be down King Creek.
Thanks, Ashley. Yes, sir. Jason.
Hello, Jason Ramsdell. I'm a member of the community for about 20 years. And some of you may know that I just retired from a 30-year career in the National Park Service, and I'm not here to speak for the National Park Service, but I do know a little about communities in the gateway zone, gateway communities like Moab is. After working 14 national parks, I've worked in many areas with gateway communities, and development is normal in and around a gateway community. How much is up for discussion and up for later discussions on how much development should be done in and around a gateway community. But the difference is that things change. Things change when you go around the corner, and things change when you go through the portal. And to me, that is now a national park quality area. That's the difference. And I was just up there yesterday recreating, and I just started to think about all of the areas up there that are national park quality areas. Moab Rim, Moonflower Canyon, Pritchett Canyon, Tombstone, Amasaback, Jackson Trail, and the list goes on. And whether you're a hiker, a biker, a four-wheel drive enthusiast, a UTVer, a base jumper, you're all going to be affected. We are all going to be affected by the noise, the pollution, the emissions, you name it. And this type of development does not belong in a national park quality area like Kane Springs area and the Colorado River. I'm confident that the community, I'm confident that you folks on the commission can do whatever you can do to reduce the impacts. It might be too late or too hard to fight and stop, but as a community and as a commission, do the best you can to reduce the impacts. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. I'll go. Yeah, go ahead. Come forward.
My name is Dakota Martin, and I've been living here for about 3 years. One of my main concerns is down King Creek, there's a lot of my favorite hiking spots, and a lot of them are right off the road. And when this development comes, I feel like because they're going to have to widen the road, a lot of it is going to be destroyed.
Thank you, Dakota. I'll go online. Melissa Briley.
Hi, my name is Melissa Briley. We've had a home in Moab for about 14 years. And I'd just like to ditto what most people said about the infrastructure. I think until you can demonstrate that we have an infrastructure that can support the existing development that we have, and that includes the tech and the trade industry, like Mr. Marsh mentioned, I don't think we can support this. And so I would like that to be part of your consideration when you decide the scope of this development and what we can support, because right now I don't think we can support the existing community. Thank you.
Thank you. Back on Zoom, I'm going to take my last Zoom person, Annie Thomas, and we'll go and finish up in the chamber. We have about 6 minutes left. Go ahead, Annie.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Annie Thomas. I've lived in Moab for 21 plus years now. I live on 500 West, just right down from Kane Creek. I've raised 4 children on 500 West. I run a community center right here and a couple businesses, a preschool. And sorry, Ron, close the door. Sorry, my husband's phone's echoing. My concern is just living on 500 West this long, the backups we've had when before the road work on Main Street was done, we would get hour traffic jams down our road. There's a lot of families and children that live on here. So I'm concerned what 2,000 more residents up in that bottleneck will create on 500 West for us residents. So, and just for the children of Moab that drive that route to high school. So I hope that's taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. We just have a few more minutes. I'll take some folks in the back in the plaid shirt. Yep. And we will have, I'll just remind everybody that we are going to have another Citizens Be Heard session at 6 o'clock, but we need to get to the meeting and get to the point of why we're all here and to hear the presentation on Kane Springs. So go ahead right now.
My name is Wade Flatkin. I've lived here over 10 years. I'm an environmental scientist. I work a lot with the NEPA process, and I'm pretty familiar with how these things go. Some of my concerns are the ecological studies that need to be enacted if this does go through. A lot of times developers will be short-sighted and not have legal documentation saying you need to legally do these studies 10 years down the road, 5 years down the road, whether it's night skies, animals, plants, it's a corridor. You have to think about how animals get to water in this region. So I would just like there to be legal documentation to enforce those and not just fines that these developers can just pay off, because that also happens a lot. So aside from that, we have a history of doing things without proper foresight. Look at the gondola north of town, look at the goats we put in LaSalle's. All these things we just did without thinking about it. So I would just ask that we practice some patience and wisdom when thinking about these decisions that do affect the next generation of both humans and animals down the road. So
thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, in the back.
My name's Konami Mason, and I've been living here 38 years, which is my whole life. And the last half of my life, I've been into river rafting, which we count water in like CFS. So when you get like 50,000 CFS, that means there's like 50,000 milk jugs going down the river. And when you build up a floodplain that typically all the water drains into, when the water gets really high, the road on the other side of the river that people use to go to work at Potash, people use to go recreate, people use to go climbing, is going to be 6 feet underwater anytime we get a flood year. You can't build up one side and the other side, it has to go somewhere. It's simple logic. I don't see why no one, like, how can you not see this? I'm not a very smart man, and I can see what's going on here.
Thank you. It's 5 o'clock. I'm going to take one more comment, and then we'll commence with the. Actually, Laura, if you, I want to spread. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi. All right, I just wanted to say hi to Tom Gottlieb on Zoom over there. Everyone who's watching online, and if you have a phone, I'd encourage you to go to geolo.com /portfolio and just check out what these guys are all about.
Thank you. That's going to be our last comment for this session. We're going to get started with our presentation. At this time, I want to thank everybody for showing up. Please stay for the presentation. We will have another Citizens to be Heard session at 6 o'clock. I'll allow probably half an hour or so more comment. You can also send comments to the commission at grandcountyutah.net, but it's great to see so many people coming up who care so much about our community. I really appreciate it. I will now, we'll commence with our presentation, and I will invite Elisa Martin and Dan Stenta forward, and we will learn more about this project. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Wow, you two never get applause. That's pretty exciting.
All right. So I'll introduce myself and then I'm Elisa Martin. I'm the planning director. We have a planning department that reviews this the application.
Is that microphone right in front of you, Lisa?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've been able to hear everybody speak.
Okay, great. Yeah.
I'll go. So planning and zoning department, the role of the planning and zoning department in terms of this development project is to review the application for their preliminary plat and other permits that they have in play. And so I am the planning director. I have a full staff, and that's sort of just my role to give you an introduction for the folks here, and then I'll let Dan introduce himself.
So I am the Grand County engineer.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
Does this podium work?
Or the podium.
Try the podium.
Hey, Elisa and Dan, why don't you you want to take these two spots right here? I think these mics work quite a bit better than the one at the table. That'd be great. Yeah, and you can just move the mic right in front of you and use that. Thanks, Elisa. Thank you, Dan.
Okay, sorry about that. I was just introducing myself. I'm Elisa Martin, the planning director, and I have with me Dan Stenta, the county engineer. We represent the planning and zoning department. Our role is to review development applications and make sure that they follow the land use code and zoning requirements that the county has in place. So I'm just going to get into some of the summary and kind of history of this development project from a planning perspective. And first of all, though, I do want to recognize everybody's comments. I've been listening, and I can relate to a lot of what you all have said. I know there's a lot of passion and concern for this project. It is a huge, it will be or could be, if it's approved, a huge impact to the community, and I get that. First of all, I think I want to just make it really clear that the reason that this project is even allowed to go so far into this process, as we see, they've already had quite a history of working with our department in their applications for development.
the property was rezoned from general grazing, which is a very low impact type of zoning, to C3, which is highway commercial zone, back in 1992 via ordinance 229. And this was back when I don't think a lot of folks, well, I'll just say, would have been amazing to see you all here in 1992. I wasn't here. But when that decision was brought before the commission at the time, from what we can see in the minutes, there wasn't a lot of public comment. There wasn't a lot of opposition. It was approved. And here we are. So this commission really doesn't have a say at this point in whether or not they can develop up to 18 units per acre and commercial development. It's in the zoning, it's legal. They're entitled for that development. And it's tough to kind of reconcile that, right? Because it's a beautiful, pristine piece of land right on the river. And so there's that. So here we are. That's kind of the background on the entitlements and the zoning. Highway commercial zoning does allow up to 18 units per acre and various commercial uses by right. So when a property owner submits for a subdivision, our job is to make sure that the application for that development or subdivision complies with the land use code requirements. And so through the process of reviewing their preliminary plat for their subdivision, I won't go into all the details of there's a summary in the packet that kind of gives you the timeline of everything that's been reviewed so far by our department and other agencies that are part of this process. But essentially, there was a point in the review where it was brought to our attention that the fact that they have a major utility, which is the sewer treatment plant, that would not be allowed in highway commercial zoning without a conditional use permit. So we did bring that to the attention of the developers, and they, after the improvement district was actually approved by the state, that's out of our purview, the improvements district themselves applied for the conditional use permit. And so that's kind of where we're at right now, just to bring you up to speed on the review of this project. The preliminary plat for subdivision has kind of been put on hold for now until we can get through the CUP process. So let's see. And I'll just back up a little bit just to give you the important kind of facts behind the approval of the public water and sewer system. That was issued by the Department of Environmental Quality, Division of Water Quality. And that's a state agency. The letter was issued in March of 2023. So it's an approval in concept and was granted granted with subject to several conditions. And let's see. Another thing that's important to note about the review, to give you guys a sense, we have about 10 to 12 different agencies and entities that we work with to review applications like this. So it's like all the major utilities that would have to service the project, like Rocky Mountain Power, Dominion Energy, the roads department, all those kinds of public service agencies. So out of that process where they've reviewed the application, specifically the roads department has let it be known that the developers would have to improve the road before construction begins. So there would be requirements for improvements before construction, and there would also be requirements for improvements to the road to a minor collector standard at the point in which the development builds out to 280 units, or average daily trips reaches over 2,000, whichever comes first. So and those are off-site improvements. we've let the developers know that they would be responsible for the improvement of King Creek Road. So from the intersection from town to the development. And let's see, in terms of the application process, the conditional use permit will be reviewed by the commission probably within the next, I would say, month to 2 months. We'll be bringing it forward to the commission for their approval. At that point, the commission will have to kind of go through all of the anticipated detrimental effects of the proposed use. That will all be laid out in a staff report that's prepared by my department. And then there'll be mitigating measures. If there's the way conditional use permits work is if you can mitigate the impacts, the negative impacts of a project, then the CUP can be approved with conditions. So that's kind of the basic CUP approval process. We do have some more information in the packet that describes how the conditional use permit is reviewed and how the commission will be looking at that. So I encourage you to all look into the information we have in the packet as well.
And I'll add that packet, if you go to grandcountyutah.net, if you look under local government, it has agendas, and then look for today's date, and that packet will be found in that agenda. It's pretty easy to find.
Yes. As far as the grading permit and all the activity that you've been seeing out there just recently with the grading, we did provide some information, I think, or the developer did in a newspaper article, I think recently, just to kind of provide the public with a heads up that was going to be happening. But we do have a summary that Dan was going to maybe go over some of the grading permit history and how they are able to develop in the floodplain through permits that are allowed legally in our process. So
thanks, Elisa.
So interrupt me if you have questions. Per some of the requests on the commissioners, Elisa and I put together just a little synopsis of what's there. This isn't intended to be an exhaustive review of what the project is today, but I tried to hit the high points with my summary of the actions to date and the permits that have been issued. I will qualify the dates here are not necessarily absolute. I was pulling from our electronic database, iWorks, which I think we didn't even implement until 2019. So there isn't any date in there, even if the application was older, it's based on the upload date. So for some of this stuff, I know it predated that time, and the dates I have in here are approximate. So I believe the first action that came in with once the property changed hands from the previous owners was a camp park application, expansion of the camp park that existed out there. If you're familiar with that, the Nelson Strand Camp Park out there. And as part of that process, working with the staff and the planning department, it triggered the fact that it's in the 100-year floodplain, a special flood hazard area, and would require a floodplain development permit. And that came with conditions and whatnot. So that was kind of the initial trigger from the ownership group that started a process. Given the size of the proposed expansion, more than 5 acres, if the area include more than 5 acres, the county has actually taking a step back. Grand County joined the National Flood Insurance Program, I believe in 2008, maybe somewhere around that time frame, sometime within the last 10, 15 years. What that program does is it provides subsidized flood insurance to homeowners that are within special flood hazard areas. There's rules that communities have to do that are participating communities, one of which is to enact a flood damage prevention ordinance. You have adopted a flood damage prevention ordinance. The most recent version was adopted in 2019, ordinance 598. And in that ordinance, it talks about if the scale of a project is bigger than 5 acres, the county can say, we want you to do an in-depth flood study and determine actual flood elevations for the base flood event. So that was done. That was done by the owners at their cost. They hired consultants to perform a analysis of the Colorado River. We don't have a lot of interaction in that process because that's a FEMA regulated mapping endeavor. So the rules for how that modeling is done are established by FEMA, and they are the review agency on the mapping. So when the consultant, comes up with flood elevations for a 100-year base flood event, those go to FEMA for review and concurrence, and ultimately become part of our county flood map plans, and that has taken place. So that process went through review and approval, was officially adopted and made effective in 2020, November 2020. So if you look on our floodplain maps now, or you go onto FEMA's site, you will see the mapping. It shows the delineation of where the flood way is, the flood plain is, the elevations. And quickly commenting on the regulatory floodway versus floodplain. So a floodplain is the area of inundation, the area that gets flooded, so to speak. And a lot of times in communities, there's areas of relatively low-lying banks where the river can jump out of the channel, flood an area, and then that'll be flooded until it can soak into the ground or find its way back in. The floodway is determined as what the channel capacity needs to be to pass the base flood. By federal definition, FEMA's definition, the base flood is the so-called 100-year event. It's actually a sort of an inverse statistic analysis. It's the event for which there's less than 1% chance of it exceeding in any given year. So in theory, you could have 200-year events 2 years in a row. It's just the likelihood is extremely small, but it's a statistical analysis of all the flood data of record, and that's how they come up with it. So the way that the regulatory floodway is determined, and this is a fairly common practice throughout the country. There's a lot of rivers that have much more, development along riverways than we do out in the Colorado River here. It's basically they look at modeling levees coming in from both sides, say how far can we push these levees in from either side and still pass the flood flow that we're trying to pass. And for those of you river rafters who know CFS, I believe the base flood for the Colorado River per FEMA is around 89,000 CFS. I think that's the base flood that's being modeled at 89,000 CFS. So there's levees that are brought in the model, in the three-dimensional computer model from either side, saying at what point can we no longer handle the river flow capacity. So that's how the regulatory flood way is determined. And so that you have a lot of floodplain areas that get flooded that can be encroached onto with fill without overly restricting the flow, the ability to pass downriver. And like I said, that's not at the county level or review or even the state level. That's FEMA's process. It's very well-defined, and they have their rules and they adopted that. So those are the regulatory maps now. Those are the ones that the mortgage companies use, the insurance companies use, the realtors use, whatever. So that took place as part of that process as well. A determination of jurisdictional waters of the U.S. was required. So sometimes you've heard that recalled to as a wetlands delineation. Jurisdictional waters of the U.S. is regulated by the Army Corps of Engineers. It's authorized under the Clean Water Act. I think Clean Water Act of sometime in the 1970s, that basically says all the wetlands and tributaries of a river are important to its overall quality and its functionality. And so Those are regulated in addition to the actual channel of the river itself. That delineation was done and submitted to the Corps of Engineers. It includes some land up a couple of those dry washes that come, those ephemeral washes that come down from some of those side canyons, Pritchett being the largest, but a couple of the other ones I think have sufficient incising that some of the mouth of them, the jurisdictional waters encroaches up into that area as well. So that mapping process was done by a consultant who's does that sort of thing, and was submitted to the Army Corps of Engineers. They issued a letter concurrence saying that they concurred with the delineation that was done back in 2020 as well. So there's been a lot that's happened before the floodplain development was actually issued, those being the major things there. The floodplain development and grading permits sort of are issued as a simultaneous thing, because the grading is the activity that's happening inside the floodplain that we want to regulate. The grading permits that are currently, there's two that were done. One was for just the downriver part, the Camp Park area, the original thing of 15 acres. That was the first one that was approved in late 2020. And soon thereafter, they actually applied for additional area upstream. So I think the total now encompasses 50 acres of land on the riverside of Cane Creek Road. Proposed fill depths vary, but essentially what they're doing is filling to achieve 1 foot above that base flood elevation as determined by the flood hazard analysis that was done previously, so that they can get building permits. So that's kind of where things are at. There was quite a bit of a lag in process due to all those studies and approvals by other governmental agencies. But they did notify us in, I think, November, October of this past year that they were getting ready to gear up on that. As part of that process, we went over, parameters that they need to get in place. They have their stormwater pollution prevention plan in place. It includes things like silt fencing and straw wattles and different things like that. And we also the county required a right-of-way encroachment permit because they are pulling fill material from one side of the road and taking it to the other side. And there's anticipation that level of heavy truck traffic is going to damage the road in those areas that we're going to want repaired. So we actually have a bond for the amount of repairing those crossings that they posted with the county as part of getting that right-of-way encroachment permit. The other factor that goes into the right-of-way encroachment permit is the traffic control plan during construction. Make sure that people traveling on the road are not unsafely inhibited by the construction traffic. That's in the purview of the road supervisor, Bill Jackson, although I work closely with him. They submitted a plan. They have some signage out there. We anticipate that as traffic increases during the busy part of the year, those controls might need to be tightened up, be more specific, depending that we're monitoring, how many trips across the road that heavy trucks are making and what the impact on the flow of traffic is and all. But that's flexible. The way the permit was written, the county has the ability to require changes to that traffic control measure. Probably the most restrictive would be to have a light, one of those temporary construction signals, something of that nature. So I said more than I wanted to. Any questions?
That right-of-way encroachment permit, that was just along their property, or is that for the length of Cane Creek?
That is for just the places where they're going to be crossing the road. So it's all on their property, but there's like 3 locations or so. I did get some other questions. I have received other questions, and I just want to turn you guys anyone onto this resource because it's fairly good and it's on point. Regarding road right-of-ways, this is a very old road, as I'm sure you're aware. I believe portions of it out in the King Creek Canyon, I know for a fact on the BLM, were built by the Atomic Energy Commission in the early 50s. I suspect that there was even some roadway to the King's Bottom area before that time. So we have a road that's in places does not have a dedicated right-of-way. It's not a purchased road, so to speak. It's a road by use. The state of Utah has a pretty clear process for establishing right-of-ways by use. 10 years of continuous route use by the public on a road essentially creates a public right-of-way. When you get into the width of those and the level of traffic that can be on those, that gets into some finer points. But there is a document that's published by the Utah Land Institute called Public Roads and Private Lands: How Public Access Rights Are Created, Used, and Abandoned in the State of Utah. It's a very good document. It explains different types of roads, different types of road right-of-ways, different types of use, cites a lot of case law supporting all the arguments in there. So that's a useful thing if there's questions regarding the offsite road right-of-way across. There's some BLM land it crosses. There's some private lands up between Fifth West and the river that it crosses. So that those would apply in those situations.
Would you email that to the commission, please, Dan? The link to that?
Sure.
That'd be awesome. Yeah. Sometime. Yeah, so there's lots of people here, but the way this works is this is kind of an internal discussion with the commission. We don't actually open it up to questions from the public, but we do have a discussion amongst ourselves. So I would ask any commissioners if you have questions. But first, I would say thanks, Elisa and Dan. I know this kind of goes beyond job purview, and I recognize how daunting it is to speak in front of a group like this. It's so I very much appreciate it today. Thank you.
That's part of the job.
All right. Yeah, go ahead, Mary.
I have a couple. I'll do one question because I'm sure a lot of people have a lot of questions. So I'll start with my first question is, when they did their study of the flood plain and they considered it for that property, did it also extend to how raising the height of that land is going to affect property across the river and down the river? Because we know, there's the cause and effect.
Right.
There is going to be a cause and effect. And I think that's a really important thing for them to demonstrate is if they do that, what is, like the gentleman said before, what is going to happen to the potash road? That is, or even, that's an incredibly important road to keep open because it's people's jobs and livelihoods that have to get down there. Has there been such a study?
Yes. So the study, when you're modeling a flood elevation thing, it's the whole channel of the river from canyon wall to canyon wall, so to speak. So the mapping was done for both sides of the river. You can see if you drill down into the mapping on the Potash Road side of the river, there's some areas that are within the regulatory floodway, some areas that are outside of it. And like I said, the way that they determine that regulatory boundary is by moving in levees from both sides in their model to see how the river flow reacts to being compressed like that. And it extends downriver. I believe it extends downriver about a half a mile from the mouth of Pritchett Canyon on both sides. So the extent of it is from about right below the portal, right about the Moab Rim trailhead, to about a half mile below the mouth of Pritchett Canyon.
Yeah, I think the packet said it was a quarter of a mile below Cane Creek.
Quarter mile below Cane Creek. Yeah, right. So roughly there. Yeah. And that's on, like I said, you can go on to FEMA's firm map. You can see that delineation. You can go on, the county has a copy of it also available on the county website. If you go on to floodplain mapping, then you can zoom in there and see the extents and the elevations.
Thanks, Dan. Trish, you had your hand up?
It's not really a question, it's more of a comment, and I do want to thank you two for coming. I want to state that I somewhat forced them into this, and I want to acknowledge Laura Long for reaching out to the commission and really reflecting on the concerns of the community. And at that point, you know, I felt like it was extremely important for, you know, the county to lay out the background and lay out the history so that you guys understand what's going on. We're trying to be as transparent as possible. I think this development or this projected development is devastating for a lot of us. It's really devastating for myself. And we really want to have citizens heard, and we appreciate you being here. And the goal is for us to just disseminate as much information as we can to you. So we do want to thank you for coming.
Thanks, Chris. Kevin?
Sure, I'll say a little bit. I know it's, you know, it can be frustrating to come to a hearing like this and make all these impassioned comments and then get a lot of dry technical responses. No offense, Dan. I was on the, I thought that was really great, Dan, and also Lisa. So but that's probably, you know, a lot of audience members might want to know, you know, why in the world is this happening? You know, how could this be permitted? And the answers are kind of strange and surprising, and kind of summarizing what Elisa said. You know, 31 years ago, you know, our predecessors on the county commission made a pretty ill-advised zone change, ill-advised in my opinion. They probably thought it was great. And so then it's been sort of sitting there like a time bomb until someone, you know, a landowner wanted to build a campground, and they got permission to build a campground and anything else that would be permitted in the highway commercial zone, which is quite a bit. The way the law works in Utah, and probably most other states as well, is, you know, once those rights are there and once they submit an application, there's not a whole lot the county can do. Doesn't mean there's zero we can do, but it's, you know, to use a sports metaphor, like, you know, if it were a basketball game, we're down 20 points and there's 6 minutes left to play. Or someone might argue there's only 1 minute left to play. I don't know, but it's, you know, steep going for those of us who would like to see the area developed more appropriately. But I guess another remark I wanted to make was about the future. I think someone, I guess it was Elisa, so if only you were here 31 years ago, it might have made a difference. Well, you know, we can't travel back in time, but we can look at the current zoning map and look and see if are there other ticking time bombs or things that are inappropriate in the county. And indeed there are. I don't want to single out any particular ones, but so for those of you who've gotten motivated about this, I think it's important to, you know, look at other similar land use issues where it's not, you know, late in the fourth quarter, so to speak, you know, where maybe it's just in the first or second, and where a lot of concerted and focused public action really could make a difference. And I think there are lots of opportunities like that. And so I guess what I'm really saying is, you know, don't be discouraged if this is looking hard. I think there are other ways to have an effect. Finally, I do think, you know, it's not, I think there are some fairly technical issues that still could affect this. And one I just want to mention briefly is I recently looked at that ordinance from 1992, and it was strangely the legal description of the zone change doesn't match what we've been using on the map. And I don't know why that is. There could be other documents that come up, but it's, I think, something that's worth investigating. In particular, the areas many of the areas along the river were not part of that 92 zone change, as if someone back then were trying to protect the river corridor. I don't know. So I'm just throwing that out there as an example of one of many little details that could affect the trajectory of this. But and I'm hoping staff can get to the bottom of that. But did think it was worth bringing out. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Definitely appreciate the perspective. Mike.
I reiterate what both what has been said before. We all wish we could go back to 1992. I was, give or take, his age here in Moab when that was Egret's Road.
It's hard for us to have a heavy impact with what was in the past, but several questions tonight have been raised that are very interesting. I would like to see more give back to our community. I would like to see a second entrance instead of a one entrance, but it is very hard to go back on what we said 31 years ago. So, I mean, just know that, like it's already been said, decisions are being made tonight. Decisions are being formed. Don't let this in our community be your hill to die on. If you have concerns, Kevin said it well. There are other areas in our community that will, 31 years from now, be the same thing to our younger generations. So please stay involved. I know this is a one-off topic, but please, this is a cry out to stay involved.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I would say that number one, Dan, I really would like to see those studies that Jacques asked you to forward to us. It would be great to be able to go over some of that stuff that's happened here recently. And
You want the studies? So he was talking about this document that it's published by the Utah Lands Institute.
yeah, I'd like those studies as well, if that's possible. And then, you know, I know this development is clearly going to have impacts on our community here. And it's important that we assess and fully understand what they are and how they're going to affect us moving forward. So
Just to note for the public, if you go on FEMA.gov, flood insurance rate maps, I believe it's under, you can drill down once you're on FEMA.gov, but you go by county, you get in Grand County, you'll see different map panels come up, and you'll see some, you draw an area of interest in there. It's an interactive map, and it shows you the documents that are available for that area. And I believe that the flood insurance study that was done is available to the general public too, as a PDF download on there. I'll get you one, Bill. I'll send you one, but I believe that is pretty easily available as a download if someone wants to look at that, the technical stuff behind it.
thank you.
Thanks. I have just a couple of more mundane questions, Dan. Do you have any idea of the just the total volume of fill that it's going to require to push that up? Because that seemed like a prohibitive amount.
Their permit is for 680,000 cubic yards.
Wow,
It's a lot.
Which is a very large amount.
that's huge. Yeah. And then would they bring that up basically to the level of the road then, or even higher than the road?
Even higher.
Even higher than the road. Okay. Yeah. Wow. And so they're right now. It looks like they're moving the trucks across the road there. So it seems like their intention. I don't think we know that, but it seems like their intention is to get it from the other side of the road.
Yeah. So there's a couple up on top of the cliffs there. There was a couple of gravel pits. In fact, I think one of them was opened up when that road was built. Right. It's a source. You can kind of see them on the aerial. If you're looking at aerial topography, there's 2 or 3 like old gravel staging areas up there. So they're going to exhaust those areas and see how far that gets them.
Is there any way to estimate like the amount of land that they actually have up there and what they can take out? How far that might get them before they start importing fill from somewhere else?
My understanding of reading so there was a geotechnical report that was done about the feasibility of using that fill, competency and stuff. They did some test borings up there to see how far down before they hit bedrock. I think at one of the sites was about 30 feet of overburden was on the rock. The other one, I can't remember. It was a little bit less, but there's quite a bit of overburden up there.
Right. Okay. And then can they just take that ad infinitum and I mean it's going to affect everything upstream from there. All that BLM land is under their possession of that. Is there any recompense for land management agencies to to step in on that, or they can just use that.
Well, they own them. It's on their.
Right. Yeah, but obviously everything that's owned here affects what's up there.
So we do require grading activities, either removing or adding. Once you trigger above 50 yards, 50 cubic yards, which is about, so just for maybe better reference, a dump truck, a regular wheeler dump truck holds about 14 yards.
Yeah.
Cubic yards.
So a large swimming pool, maybe.
Yeah, so like 4 dump trucks full or something like that would trigger a grading permit. The requirements on the grading permit have to do with, you know, the competency of the soil to reuse as fill, the testing of the soil as it goes in to make sure it's, you know, well compacted, isn't going to subside at some future point in time. There is some setbacks from property lines. You can't like basically dig a cut face right up against your boundary line and, you know, leave an exposed scar. You have to slope down at a minimum of a 3-to-1 slope. From an adjoining property. So like, other than that though, I mean, in terms of moving dirt from one part of your property to another, it's yeah. Okay. At least in our purview. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Has anyone done an estimation of like a timeline, like how long it might take them to
I estimate like 18 months
to fill it completely, top it off?
That's based on a fairly aggressive schedule that they propose. I haven't seen that level of activity yet.
Right. Thanks.
So I had some questions similar to Jacques. So when the county issues, would you a grade and fill permit or just a grading permit? I mean, on what basis, like, is it limited? Like, can someone like, you know, scrape their entire property, or are there circumstances under which we might say, you know, only this much is appropriate? I'm not familiar with that.
So these grading permits predate my time here. But in terms of what the permit does, basically you can't just go wholesale and scrape your property without getting a permit. Portions of the permit process is you gotta basically submit a grading plan showing, you know, where you're getting it from, where you're putting it to, how you're leaving the landscape, so you're not leaving, you know, exposed raw slopes. You have to demonstrate compliance with the state's construction stormwater management permit, which deals with things like having, you know, it's dealing with runoff from the raw earth when you have it exposed. And that's regulated by the state Division of Water Quality. And does it regulate how you place it, like, you know, because usually people want to build on top of it when they place it somewhere, you know. So for purposes of you know, having it be a solid substrate for future building on, how it's placed is critical. But we don't have any kind of limitations that say the depth can only be this much, or the surface area of the property is only this much.
But I was wondering if there are limitations in the other direction. Like, does this fall under LUDMA, where it's an administrative approval and we're obligated to let them do pretty much what they want to do? Or is it sort of unregulated and we could just said,
so we do
not
have
appropriate here?
We do have a grading permit under our land use code. I don't know that all counties have grading permits. So unless you're running a commercial activity that would trigger, I forget what the agency is, it's mining and something else that regulates gravel pits and stuff. Like, I don't think San Juan County has a grading ordinance. So we have a specific, in our land use ordinance, we have a specific provision about grading that says you can't do more than X amount without pulling a permit.
Yeah, but I guess I'm asking, once someone requests a permit, are we obligated to grant it, or can we make modifications or to the original proposal? I know it's unfair. It's not an engineering question. It's a legal question.
Well, I don't know. I guess I don't know the answer under what's state law, what could be done.
Okay.
I don't think we have anything in the land use code that limits what you can approve in terms of a grading permit, like what a maximum amount of earth that you can move. that you could be permitted for. I don't think that it doesn't get very specific.
We certainly never anticipated one on this magnitude.
Yeah.
Scale, like I think the scale goes up to the fee scale. Well, it goes indefinitely, but it's, it's from 50 to 100 yards is this much, from 100 to 250 is this much, from 250 to 500. And then it's like for every above 1,000, it's X amount per thousand. Like the permit fee that we got for these grading permits was on the order of $8,000 or $9,000, which in theory is supposed to cover administrative costs to oversee it. Yeah.
Mary?
Does Evan have something to say first?
I had a question from someone earlier, and this might go back to the traffic study, but is there any protections to the access to the public land that's been historic through that hill that they're trucking down and accessing the Mammoth Petroglyph area?
Great.
Is that protected and preserved through?
So there is, if you look on. So there's public land that comes down all the way to the paved road. Is that what you're talking about? And then if you continue up there, that.
And typically people are using that road that accesses up onto the Mesa shoulder.
Right.
And that's what they're trucking down.
Not right now, but they will be later.
Once they start using those gravel pits.
Well, they're using one that's further down the road.
Okay.
Yeah.
But some
It's
of
like
their
kind
pits
of
are
behind
up
them.
on top in that old.
Right, but
River
so
road.
there's a wedge of public land that comes down from the cliffs down and it actually crosses slightly over King Creek Road, and that's where that road that goes up into that shoulder bench goes. And I think there's a hiking route up to the Mastodon.
Yeah. I
do think that 2-track that goes from there does wander back onto the private property. I believe it is on the county road maps as a D road, at least for a certain portion of it, which sort of established as a public road by use, similar to a lot of deep tracks around this area.
The traffic study didn't address that, and it should. It seems to remain open. And
as far as access,
yeah,
through the private land portion of it.
Yeah.
I don't think that's.
I don't think
we could certainly look closely at that. I mean, I think they plan on improving that road to serve the area up above.
Right. I think the traffic study just looked at the King Creek.
They looked at the
Boulevard.
impact on King Creek, Cane Springs Road, which, by the way, we should decide. There's King Springs and King Creek are synonymous throughout all sorts of maps. Should see what our official map that we submitted to UDOT says. We should try and stick with that.
But in general, if there's public use of public access to public lands that goes through private property, that access would be preserved through prescriptive easement. And it's also called out in their land use code for subdivision, any kind of development, we require that access to be preserved as long as, I think it's based on what's identified in the non-motorized trails master plan. So if there are trails that are out on the public lands that we need to preserve access to, that would happen during the subdivision review approval.
Mary.
Yes, I have a statement and then I have a question. I think the majority of the commission is as sick about what's happening out there as you are. And would like to find a way to at least modify. So I'm asking the developers to ask their higher self to look within themselves and say, is this appropriate? Please don't clap. Is this appropriate? Is this what we should do? And ask them, they have a right to develop. Let's ask them sincerely to change their plans, to build something that's palatable to us and also allows them to make use of the land that they spent money buying. I think that's our best step and our kindest step forward. I would also ask everyone to not threaten. I've been in this situation. I've been threatened. My life's been threatened because of stances I've taken. And it's horrid. And the people that are building this, yes, we disagree with what they're doing. And yes, we think it might only be for money. But threatening does not help. In fact, it breaks down the avenue for communication. And we must create a good communication with these people that want to do this. Otherwise, we are really held hostage if we can't work with those people. So that's what I ask everybody here, and I want them to recognize the commission. Don't be mad at the commission. We've tried to stop it by taking charge of the sewer plant.
Improvement district.
We gave it our best shot, and then so they went to the state legislators and got them to change the rules, so we couldn't do that. We have worked to find ways to protect this amazing area that we all love. So please ask your higher self to be kind. Then that's my statement.
Thank you, Mary.
My question is, being so active with the UMTA project, what type of bond are they proposing? I mean, we've seen it with the the uranium melt tailings removal action project, in case you don't know what UMTA means. And we see it with out there with the chairlift that goes to nowhere. They didn't have enough bond. That's something that I would really like to make sure is that we are protecting ourselves with a bond. If this goes belly up or something doesn't work, that we're not stuck with what we are stuck with the, tram that goes nowhere and the uranium tailings pile. So that's my question. What type of bond are they preventing?
So
Because it needs to be in the billions of dollars.
So when there's subdivision improvements, the utilities and roads and stuff that are improved to make building lots, a bond is required, and typically that's purpose is to protect the buyers of those lots, to ensure that the work is actually going to get done, and protect the county from being the one holding the bill. Like if they default, if the developer defaults, there's money to finish those and make them into buildable lots. A reclamation bond, I think, is what you're talking about, where if a project doesn't reach its fruition or goes out of business or whatever, how to reclaim that. The grading permit does not require a reclamation bond. I mean, it's possible something that maybe we should consider if we are going to have projects of this magnitude. I know there was a reclamation bond that the county imposed on the chairlift north of town, and I think that was the point at which it failed. And there was a reclamation bond on the chairlift that was done by Emmett Mays, and that one got exercised when he went bankrupt and the future owner sold it, whatever. The Nature Conservancy came in and removed the chairlift with that bond document. So I think there's some precedent for doing a reclamation bond for something that would be like a major visual thing. I don't know. That's probably we can look into that more closely as to what the bonding is. I don't think we have a provision in our code for.
Well, we should really look closely because we have been stuck with the bill before.
Right.
Thanks. It is close to our 6 o'clock citizens to be heard time. I would suggest that we wrap up our discussion here by 6 and then have another comment session, and then we'll have to get on to our still lengthy regular meeting agenda. So any other questions or discussion for Dan and Elise, or anything else any commissioner would like to bring up at this point?
thanks Dan and Elisa for the presentation.
Yeah, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And this is obviously, and we're like I said earlier, we're not having a action item on this tonight. This is not something that's going to be decided right now or even in the near future, but it's an ongoing thing. And we as commissioners very much appreciate the input that everyone is giving, and the fact that everyone showed up here tonight shows how passionate the community is about this subject. And thanks for your engagement, and also thanks for keeping it civil with this many people here. It's very it's daunting for us, and it's not something that happens at every commission meeting. I think it's probably been about a year and a half, at least for me, since we've had a room this full. So your civility and your intelligent comment is so appreciated by this body. So thank you.
Should we open up public comment?
Yeah, and yes, we do have a public comment period starting at 6. I'll just go ahead and open that up. Right now, I'm going to, because we have a lengthy meeting, I'm going to continue with the same rules as before. I'll keep the comment period up for half an hour. So we'll keep it open until 6:20, and then we'll get back to a regular meeting. Yes, ma'am. You may come forward. If you would come forward and state your name and make your comment.
I'm Rebecca Savage. I'm one of the beloved full-time vehicle dwellers here in Moab. And as someone who has been pretty houseless in this town for a couple of years, this is not where we want our housing to be built at all. Even if this was not going to be Airbnbs, this is not where we want to live. We want that to just be what it currently is. And I want to reiterate what you said earlier about like not letting this happen in the future. I'm really proud of everyone that came out today and has spoken. I see a lot of my friends up here. And I just want to make sure that we're like on top of that in the future. And we are not the first stewards of this land, and we are by far the best stewards of this land. But at this rate, we will probably be the last.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, back here. And I'm sorry if you've commented previously. I very much appreciate it, but I'm going to give the mic to new folks. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Judy Brower. I actually have some questions. And I'm just maybe not aware of all the permitting processes, but did they get a dredge and fill permit from the Corps of Engineers?
So this is basically a comment period. We're not doing a Q&A at this time. If you have questions, you can definitely email them to the commission, and we can make sure those get to the proper places.
You can ask them that. We just won't.
Yes, exactly. And it is nice to have them asked.
Right. I just want to comment that this development is going to be an unmitigated disaster. It's going to fail. Maybe not because the developers go out of business or don't have the money. It's going to fail because it's going to flood. It's going to fail because it's going to destroy that area. It is going to fail because it's going to end up in the river at some point in time. Maybe not now, maybe not next year, 10 years, maybe. Climate change is causing much more severe weather patterns and much more severe flooding. And having this development in the floodplain is truly an unmitigated disaster. And Moab is going to, and Grand County are going to pick up the price for that. It's also going to be very, very dangerous for anybody recreating in that area. Biking down that road, it's going to be so dangerous. So if you don't care about the wildlife, the riparian areas, the birds, the fish, the river, like at least as a safety issue and a health and safety issue, it's so dangerous. I don't understand how this could have gotten this far without those safety issues being addressed, and just fixing the road is not gonna solve that problem.
Hands up.
And
yeah.
So
thanks for your comment.
thanks.
I'll take another comment from in here in the chambers. Yes, ma'am. And then I'll go to a few Zoom folks. I see there's some people on Zoom with their hands up.
Yes, good evening, County Commissioners. Thank you for sharing the space with us. My name is Christina Joy. I've lived in this town for 2.5 years. And after hearing everyone who's spoken tonight, it doesn't appear to me that the Kane Creek Preservation and Development Plan would benefit our natural resources or our community. It appears to me after attending this meeting, the only people it would benefit is Craig Weston, Tom Gottlieb, and Trent Arnold. Given that we have one of those people on Zoom, I would like to request to hear from them for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks. It's a good segue, and I do see that Tom Gottlieb has his hand up, so I will give him the floor. You may unmute. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Tom Gottlieb, and I am one of the general partners at Kane Creek Preservation and Development. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And I want to begin by acknowledging the passion the community has shown for Moab and the important conversations that are taking place now about housing are key. We think these are good things. To begin, I want to emphasize that Kane Creek is about building more residential housing in Grand County. And it doesn't stop there. We've been working with county staff and elected officials for more than 2 years to develop affordable housing and to build it now. We're hopeful that we'll get the support of the commission so we can address both critical needs. Next, let me provide you with a little background on the people helping to envision this project. I've been a lifelong Democrat, in my case, more than 50 years. Supporting progressive causes is the core of who I am. Professionally, I've had the privilege of working closely with one of the most progressive families in the nation, the Pritzkers, on many sustainable projects. Their commitment to social responsibility and equity has deeply influenced my own values. I've also proudly served as a trustee of one of the state chapters of the Nature Conservancy for over a decade, where the mission has been to protect, preserve, and restore our precious natural resources. I was originally drawn to Moab, and specifically this land, because of the sublime natural beauty of its surroundings. But I was shocked by its current condition. It was overrun by trash and debris, and the ecosystem had been completely ruined. The land had been abused for decades, and its natural character had been severely damaged by mining, intensive farming, grazing, dynamite blasting, drilling, and most recently by residents who were forced to live in squalor, many without functioning toilets or clean water. Based on the lessons I learned at the Nature Conservancy, I believe that thoughtful and respectful development could be the engine to begin the long process of restoring this land. What surprised me perhaps most was that instead of attempting to restore or protect the land, Grand County approved upzoning that permitted approximately 2,500 residential units to be built by right. We understood that other potential buyers intended to actually build all those units, which they were entitled to. When we purchased the land, however, we voluntarily reduced the permitted density by almost 80%. And we didn't ask the county for anything in return. I'd like to highlight many more things, but my 3-minute time doesn't permit it. But I do want you to know that we share a deep commitment to Grand County and its people. We are here to work together with you, as Mary suggested, with the community, and to address your concerns and ensure the Kane Creek project adds to the housing supply and aligns with the values of equity, sustainability, and community well-being that we all hold dear. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom. I will keep it on Zoom for now and go to Emily Campbell.
All right. Hi there. Good evening. I'll be brief. Thank you so much, y'all. I know you have a late evening ahead of you. I am just commenting to publicly ask and suggest that we lean into Grand County Connects and publish any documents related to this issue that could be easily gotten through a grandma request. I think there's definitely a lot of concern and confusion, definitely some misunderstanding of the facts or concerns about the details behind the facts. Kevin, you mentioned the ordinance from 1992. I was having a hard time digging that up. Unfortunately, the digitalization of our archival resources hasn't gone back that far. So any of the documents that were mentioned this evening, the Utah Land Institute publication that at least one commissioner asked be sent to them, the FEMA maps, if that's something that staff could put up on Grand County Connects for easy public consumption, that would be wonderful. So thank you so much. Also, just so glad that there's a county engineer locally located now locally so that we can be hearing from them as well. So thank you all so much. Have a great evening.
Thanks, Emily. Pam Hackley online has had her hand up for a while. Pam?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Pam Hackley. I live in Castle Valley. I've been here for almost 25 years, and prior to that, recreated down here, visited. And I've also served on the Grand County Planning Commission as well as the Town of Castle Valley Planning Commission. I want to say I appreciate everyone's comments tonight, and they've hit all the high points that I won't reiterate, obviously. I support fully Commissioner McGann's comments about the project. I'm dismayed to hear that there's been threats against the developers about this. That won't get us anywhere. I think the one detail I can add at this point from what I have heard, and I've learned a lot through this evening, and thank you to Dan and Alyssa and the Commissioner for your comments. I have a lot to look at too. But the one thing I would add to what Mary McGann said about the reclamation bond, that does need to be explored. It seems like that's something the commission is going to pursue. One detail I would add to that, once that is put in place, is that it be reviewed every 3 to 5 years to make sure that it's current with inflation and market changes. And those are my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to one more Zoom, Karen, and then I'll bring it back into the chambers.
Hi, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have a house on Kane Creek past 20 years. And
could you state your name, please?
Oh, my name is Karen Roseme, and
Thanks.
I've had a house on Kane Creek for the past 20 years. And I love all these comments that everyone has. And I just don't see how we're saddled with this project from one mistake from 30 years ago. Isn't there a way that we can get together and buy this property back from these developers because they care about Moab, and maybe make a development in a more appropriate place that doesn't require this fill, the sewer, the the horrible blasting of the road to make the road bigger, only one way in and out, and for fire problems, who's going to respond to those fire problems? I just feel like it's not a good idea. It hasn't been well thought out, and it's going to destroy our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. I'll go back to the chambers here. Sam.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you so much for sharing this meeting with the public. I'm speaking in regards to item 3 on your agenda tonight, which is up for a vote. And that is an overnight accommodation overlay at the intersection of 313 and 191. You voted to not approve this project in 2022, and they have resubmitted under the OAO, and it seems like there are some commissioners who are willing to vote yes for it. I will point out that our ratio of housing to overnight accommodations has gotten worse since 2022. There are many more units on the market right now for overnight accommodations than there were then. This application is rife with contradictions. You know, they say they will conserve water, and at the same time they have swimming pools. They say that they're going to protect the view shed, but they have panoramic decks. It doesn't seem like it seems again like we're getting lip service from developers on what they intend to do. If this is private land, it would be a rezone from grazing and agriculture to allow for these overnight accommodations. And they are proud to say that they will attract the billionaire class. And with all due respect to billionaires, I think they have more than enough here in Grant County. So please vote no.
Thanks, Sam. Tyler. Please come forward. We actually need you to. We need the microphones to pick you up.
I'm Kylie Miller. I actually live in northern San Juan County, but I have lived in this area for 2 weeks away from 26 years, which I'm very proud of. Half my life. I would like to second. So thank you for bringing that up, because I think that's gotten forgotten in this enormous, very proud meeting. Yeah, this whole thing is just horrible, horrible, horrible. I'm not gonna say too much more, but I want Gottlieb, is he still here? I want you to know that we do not like this, we hate this is horrible. And you are hurting this community so immensely. Is that the camera for him by any chance? Where's the camera for him? Listen to us. Listen to us. We live here. You don't live here. You may love this place and you may think it's beautiful, but this is our home. This is our home. And too many developers are coming to this region and all they're seeing is dollars on. And you can greenwash the hell out of this thing, but we all can see right through it. We're not just a bunch of dumb hippies and enviros who live down in the woods. We're people who live this place. It's in our blood. That's why we are here.
I'll go, yes, ma'am.
State my name. My name's Ann Walden. I've been here 50 years. And I grew up, okay, my folks moved out. And they worked their lifetime. They paid a lot in taxes. And I can remember as a kid, the county, BLM, having their thumb on them. They harassed. Even when I had my donkeys down there, people would throw bottles at them. They abuse. 50 years, people. I can remember riding the horse, getting cows down in the canyon, riding school on my horse. And we had the egg ranch. We had 3,000 chickens in there. My job was gathering the eggs, cleaning them, and cleaning the stalls. It was work. And my parents paid high in taxes over the years. And I'm not against, if these people want to, I'd like to see it done right. Like you, I like to see things done right, not look like it's. I like to see it stay in the old time, but things have changed. I see the town has changed. It saddens me, but it's the way it is. And I understand where these people are coming from. I saw what my parents went through. I seen where my mother would at one time when somebody shot at her. Idiot people don't care and have respect. Let's have respect for one another. And like she says, let's try to work with these people and say, hey, can we do something a little different here and make it look loud and obnoxious looking? And my parents, we wanted to raise the levy up because it flooded. My mother's dream was to have it for people to come and camp and live. They were for the poor people. Yeah. We really did. In fact, when my parents had their trailer park, they were the cheapest in town. And making sure people would have a place to live. My mother was a compassionate person. She was on her own at the age of 12 years old. She was what they call a little servant. She lived in an attic, took care of these other people. And then she worked her way through school. And then as time went, we lived in Illinois. My dad's dream was to come here. And he showed me the ranches to buy it. And he bought it. Because he really loved this town. Things have changed, guys. And just working with people. Say, hey, let's not make it look buttery, let's make it look beautiful. My parents wanted just to have a campground to build up and let it flood. And we were concerned about our animals. I was worried about my animals being flooded. And years ago, they never told me until years later that I had my horse when I was away and living in Texas. That somebody ran my horse down, and after they were done, they ran over it. Oh. So you see, there was a lot of abuse that we dealt with. Let's be kind and try to work with these people and say, hey, let's try to make it look beautiful. And not threaten. Because none of us like to threaten, do we? We care about one another. We want to see something trashed. And my parents we had a lot of junk down there. It's because my dad bought and sold things. That's how we survived. Then our taxes were really high, $8,000 a year. And it wasn't easy, and I'd see my mother working through the night, tax time come. So
Thank you. So,
cash.
thank you so much for your comments. Okay. I'm gonna go back online for another comment or two, and then we'll come back here and wrap it up in about 7 minutes. So Izzy has had a hand up for a while. Izzy, do you want to comment?
Hi, yeah, I'm Izzy Reed, and I'm a local to Moab. I moved out there a couple of years ago. I work in the conservation field. I think we've heard a lot from that perspective. And I didn't hear much of the safety perspective at all until Karen just spoke. But my biggest concern with it being like a 2-lane road in and out of there and a 1 entry, 1 exit is for emergencies, especially fire. Like we just don't have the resources to be able to go out there and still protect like Moab town now. And it just seems like everything is going to get stretched pretty thin, especially after the tragic UTV accident that happened last year. I was actually stuck on that road for 2 hours while the ambulance and cops and everyone was out there helping that guy. So if there is an emergency on that road, people are going to be stuck out there without like help or access to get out. So that's one of my biggest concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Gage online on Zoom.
Hi, my name's Paige Wonder. I'm not a permanent resident of Moab, but a piece of me definitely lives in Moab. I have been visiting for more than 12 years now, and I wanted to share my thoughts as someone who would quote unquote benefit from this development. But this isn't what people come to Moab for. We don't come for luxury accommodation. We come to see dark skies and mazes of canyons and wild rivers and otherworldly rock formations and arches. And while I so appreciate, I've listened to this whole meeting, that the council is, you know, they're just as displeased as was said, this is late in the fourth quarter. It is still the fourth quarter, and there are people that aren't in Moab that are willing to fight to stop this from happening. And you know, we're here for dark skies and wild lands. And I just want to say I appreciate you guys doing what you're doing, and that my family and others all around the country are here to fight with you, because yeah, we love Moab and we want it to stay Moab.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll bring it back into the chamber for a couple more comments. In the back there. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Dina Heron. I'm a resident of Moab. I live in a couple things. One, I feel very strongly that we need to work with everybody, like everyone's saying, so I just want to second that. This is a very contentious issue. This community is at a boiling point, and this is a straw that's breaking the back, because this change is happening very, very, very fast. It's very hard. It's very emotional. As a community, we need to start thinking on the state level. So there's only so much the county commission can do when state, HB 22, that's very concerning. We can't regulate noise, that's very concerning. Things like this, we need to not just show up at the community level, but we need to address what's happening in our state. It uses energy, 7,000 signatures. All of this needs to go at the root of the problem. So I would hope everybody can continue this energy and direct it to where it needs to go to really make real change. In terms of glamping, I have big concerns about glamping. People probably know, but I started the movement against under canvas at Looking Glass Rock. It was a very important place for me. I recognize I was too little too late in that situation as well. I am very concerned about glamping. I don't think it is a low, sorry, I'm very emotional, but I don't think it is a low impact form of tourism. It introduces sprawl. It opens up sitla land for all this development. It introduces, it's a hotel in it, guys. And they can do it with low costs because they're not building a hotel. It's spread instead of on a quarter acre. It's spread over 30 acres. there's a lot of concerns. We need to be able to regulate glamping better. So please, as the commission, have something to really address this glamping trend before it gets out of hand. And with this, everybody, please stay together.
Thank you. Another comment from the chambers, please. Yes, ma'am, in the back.
My name is Elizabeth Butler. I've been a part-time resident of Moab for 3 years now. And I have, in the meantime, moved between Whitefish, Montana and Aspen, Colorado. And both of those places have absolutely been decimated by the billionaire class that they say that they're trying to accommodate for. And this Kane Creek, I think, is just one pretty shocking step forward into that. Living in Aspen is terrible. It feels terrible to be resident there. That's why I don't like to be there for longer than I have to be. And I really don't think any of us want to do that. So I just like to speak to the late in the fourth quarter. We have a chance here to make a change. We have a chance here to be an example. We have a chance to use this as a voice to speak to all of these towns that are becoming decimated, all of our natural resources that are being decimated by the human population as a whole. We've always been a town of different people. That's why we live here. And I would like to just call out again for everyone to stay together, for us to use this as an example of change to a more sustainable community.
Thank you. I'm just going to take one more comment. Yeah, in the back there, and then we're gonna finish with the public comment.
Thank you so much again, all of you, and just all the care and thanks for.
Please state your name.
Sarah Heffron, and I've lived here 29 years.
Thank you.
I want to speak to the developer. I'm just saying the name, but I have no doubt that they're excited. They saw this land, they had all these ideas, and I think we get carried away by they may have some good intentions, and there's so many unintended consequences. And I'm just thinking, even like a small one, I go like so many people and just walk the rim on a regular basis, and I see people from the hospital and teachers and kind of the people who run this town just going for their quick little thing, right? If they're in a traffic jam to get to their quick little thing, they're not doing the quick little thing so they can get to their job teaching or in the hospital. So I know that's such a tiny little example, but the impact, please, Thomas, Gottlieb, and your pals, and I guess just really reiterating what Mary said is you have your ideas, and I get that there's creativity and excitement, but please listen to the hundreds of people who are here today who are just begging you to think about the bigger picture and the people who live here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. And that's gonna be it for the comments tonight. And I'm just gonna thank all of you all again for your great comments. We heard a lot of passionate comment tonight. And it's not the end of the comment period. You guys are please welcome to write to the commission. This probably isn't the first time I'll have a public meeting on this. And we will now commence with our regular meeting. You guys are welcome to stay if you wanna be bored and watch the sausage getting made for another 4 or 5 hours. Otherwise, I don't blame you for going home and grabbing some dinner. Thanks, everybody.
They're all gonna stay for it.
I'm gonna
I think go for a minute. I'm sorry. Listen.
Yeah. I'm gonna call a recess on the meeting until 6:30. 8:30, so just another 7 or 8 minutes. I need to use the restroom, and we'll start with the meeting again after that. Thanks. All right, seems
Big crowd for.
this is how it usually is, but it feels very empty after all that.
Thanks for staying, guys.
Yeah, okay, I recess the meeting until 6:30 at 6:33, so we will return to our regular meeting. We just had a 15-minute presentation, and we will now start with our, we don't have any department reports or agency reports today, so we will continue with our general reports, and we'll start with our commission member disclosures. Is there any thing that, yes, Mike?
Both myself, commissioner and wife work for the county.
Okay, thank you. And that goes the same for all other commissioners, but yeah, and but your wife also, thank you. Anything else anyone has to disclose about anything on our agenda today? Great. We will move on to general commission reports and future considerations. And who's ready? I'll switch it up. Who'd like to start? Bill?
Sure, I'm ready. Let's see, I went to a CIB funding request up in Salt Lake with Thompson Special Service District for SCADIA readers and meters for the entire community out there in Thompson. They weren't funded, but they were guaranteed a loan of $100,000, and the remainder was $48,000 they were asking for, and I believe another $3,000 was added to the grant portion for their bond. So they are going back in February for the funding, and we'll see what comes out of that. So there's something where CIB awards money before they actually have the full amount of money in hand, which seems a little backwards to me. And then when you go to funding, if they don't have enough, they have to take it back, kind of. So at any rate, that's where we are. I had a couple of meetings with the Film Alliance, ongoing efforts to support extending the tax credits. And then I attended the 100-year gala for the film. Up at the state capitol, there was a press conference, and then just a regular good time with food and hors d'oeuvres and everything for everybody. But there were a fair amount of senators and legislature people there, and that's what we were trying to do, was to show them the need for extending those tax credits. So it was kind of a dual purpose, political and have a good time. I was also on the airport board meeting, or in the airport board meeting. Randy Martin was interviewed to sit on that board. There was no opposition from anyone to that. They discussed the internal audit report that came out about the airport, and then also Contour Airlines grand opening on February 1st at 11:30 a.m. And then I believe the first flight is right after that at 12 o'clock.
Right at noon.
Yeah. So that's everyone's invited to that, and unfortunately I will be out of town, so I'll miss it, but that's going on. And then let's see, I attended the UAC Natural Resources and Public Lands, the Revenue and Taxation, and the Government Operations Steering Committees via Zoom, and those are just watching all of the bills. I think Trish mentioned one of those earlier that came through there, and so it's just a vote to oppose or to promote or to monitor. And so we just went through multiple lists of those and just kind of get started. Cody also mentioned that. So yeah, and that's all I've got.
All right, thanks, Bill.
I'll go.
Okay.
So I went to the meeting this morning with Bill, which I'll state is some of the first time I've done. So it's really good to just start getting my feet wet or watching how you guys are going through that. And it was interesting, and it was brief, which I appreciate. I know. 30 of them. I know. So I appreciate that. We've been doing quite a bit out at Groundwater and Sewer, lots of interviews for openings on the various subdivisions of that entity. The Planning Commission, one of the things that they did at the Planning Commission was gave gratitude to Emily Campbell for her service of 8 years. And so I want to reiterate that. There is a survey up on Grand County Connects regarding the sand flats, the paving of sand flats, and they're looking for feedback on that. I went to the CJC, the Children's Justice Center meeting. It's so great. Andrea Lopez is doing just such a wonderful job. Mary was also there as one of our citizens, so we appreciate that. One of the things is we're also at this time covering San Juan County, and San Juan is slowly looking for somebody. Mac was there, just to state that that's advertised and they're looking for somebody. And once they have somebody in place, those two entities they'll have their own CJC. Just kind of one thing to point out with the CJC, Andrea gave some statistics from last year, which are always really disturbing. 103 cases overall, and this is talking about, you know, either physical or sexual abuse towards children. And so we're serving a lot of children within our county, and 79 of those cases were within Grand and 24 within San Juan. What a really devastating piece of that meeting beyond those awful statistics is that Judge Manley is retiring. And so that is going to be a big loss for our community. And I guess that's about it for me.
Great, thanks, Trish. Mike?
Had a couple meetings. OSTA just continued updates along with Grand County Recreation Special Service District, which that meeting is tomorrow. But just helped in combined funding on projects, be it the front doors, be it maintenance related. Grand County Recreation Special Service District is looking at helping in funding in many points at OSTA. Angie is 100% in pretty much fair mode. We have a stock contractor which pretty much runs. It's not a PRC rodeo, but it's a rodeo that's going to be run alongside with our fair this year. And she has a couple bids for that, so she's working through those points. And she's just looking towards making it bigger and better, as it's our one and only direct to our county event this year on the board. I went to a housing task force meeting with Mary. I attended as you have to attend a few times before, yep, 3 times. I went as a citizen this time. Just introductions and looking into paths on moving forward with both plans on actions and plans on outreach for the community. But I look forward to attending more with that. As we heard, UAC Day on the Hill is coming up. It's January 24th. It is a good time to interact with your state legislators. So everyone is invited. Every elected official is invited for Elections Day on the 24th there. But I will be attending that and upcoming meetings.
Great. Thanks, Mike. Evan?
There was a CJCC chairperson quarterly meeting. And it was kind of typical for this time of year, legislative review sort of things to keep an eye on. I had some connectivity issues, and so was late in getting to that and just kind of caught the tail end. I jumped on, it sounds like the incorrect UAC call today, and got like I thought it was going to be specific to bills, but it was like, you know, how to get on the website, look at the things. And it was a lunch meeting for me, and I left my camera on. So that was, besides that, the Cemetery District Board met last week. There was talk of new positions. I might not be chairing that board after 6 years, but I'm okay with that. And just a lot of kind of signatures around sales there. The health district is meeting every other month. So this was like the subcommittee month, so the whole body didn't meet. And then this morning, the EMS board met, elected new or re-elected seats. What's the term I'm looking for? Officers. And those officers are staying the same, and there was good news coming out from there, and I will follow up with Andy about some of those things to watch in the legislative session and share those with Cody. That's all I got.
Great. Thanks, Evan. Kevin?
Looking at my calendar for the past couple of weeks, all the meetings I attended are either related to things that are on the agenda today or probably will be at some future meetings. So outside of that, nothing to report.
Thanks. And Mary?
I wanted to start out with a shout out and a congratulations to Kirsten Broderick, who received the Firefighter of the Year award. And it's the first female firefighter of the year, I think, in the state of Utah. So that it's certainly for Grand County, but we're thinking it's the state. So that was really fun. On November 4th, went to the Housing Task Force. They plan on hosting a workshop on the high density housing overlay to educate buyers, realtors, and developers on the different types of things that it involves and what's the same and what's changed. Skyline in Arroyo Crossing is being developed by the Housing Authority. It is slated to be a 32-unit multi-family development located on Bonnie's Way. So that's pretty exciting. All of the units are mixed townhomes and apartments. 2000 and construction is set to break ground in January, and they have had 8 sweat equity houses should be done this month, and then 8 more will be started. They elected Laura Harris as chair, Caitlin Myers as vice chair, and Nicole, I'm not sure how to pronounce her last name, Gianotli, I think it's French, as secretary. On the 8th, I participated in a community capacity building grant program. I went to a workshop, and it's money that will go to areas that have toxic waste cleanups. And so the UMTRA project will be able to apply for it. It's a huge amount of money. We can go for 500,000 to 2 million we can ask for. Anyway, so we're working on that, and we're going to be going for engineering services and park design and a 3D architectural rendering. I attended the CJC meeting. It was, I wanted to attend because I've been so involved for so many years. Saturday the 13th, I went, this was fun. I got to go, there was a Southern French delegation of people that came to Utah to develop an MOU with Utah to share information on best tourism practices and it was sponsored, it's through the Economic Development Department. And they chose to sign the MOU in Moab in Grand County because we're considered the leaders in responsible recreation. And the country of France is dealing with a lot of the issues that we are with their parks and their areas being so overcrowded and that they came to find out what we're doing because they want to model themselves after, because their land too is being loved to death. So that was very interesting and very fun.
And that agreement was signed with UOT, so it was under the governor's office. David Williams came down to sign that. That was a really awesome event.
Yes, it was really fun. It was fun being around people that spoke very little English as well. Let's see, I think that is all.
All right, thanks, Mary. And it's back to work time after a light holiday schedule. January 9th, trail mix, voting on the officers, chair, vice chair, and stakeholder reps, most of which remain the same. The Mud Springs Trail System south of town in San Juan County. It was reported that the NEPA process has been completed. Trail building is kicked back a little bit, but it's still scheduled for the fall of 24. So by this time next year, hopefully we will be utilizing those new trails in San Juan County. We discussed the Moab facelift event that was so successful last spring. Changing the facelift name. Trail Mix is not going to partner with the Yosemite Climbing Organization last year, as it was felt that organization didn't give as much support as might be expected, and that we can take it on ourselves themselves. So we are looking at new names for that, and that event is scheduled for April 12th and 13th. So we look forward to that. And then there was a bylaws discussion. Trail Mix, like a few other organizations around, like the Housing Task Force and the Motorized Trail Committee, there's there can be at-large spots if you attend 3 of 5 or 6 meetings. And their Trail Mix has been the participation has been great. And there was discussion of limiting those at-large spots to 5 to kind of, and I think that is kind of fair and goes along with the nature of that committee. But anyway, there's never been more than 5 at-large members on that committee, so it was thought that 5 might be a good number, so the at-large folks wouldn't have an opportunity to overwhelm the kind of the stakeholder representatives in Trail Mix. So that was that meeting. January 10th, Chamber of Commerce meeting. Chamber's going to send a delegation to Tourism Day on the Hill. And I believe that is February 9th, and I'll be participating in that. They also set February 13th as the date for the Chamber retreat, and working on the Chamber strategic plan for the year and the time where they will choose new officers and board members. Also that day I attended the UMTRA meeting that Mary referenced. And also on that day too, I attended the TSSSD meeting. There was a report on the CIB loan grant that Bill referenced earlier. And again, I want to thank Bill for his participation in that. And Bill did attend the meeting at Thompson that day to discuss that loan and grant, which is the terms were really good. And if they get better terms, that's great. But the board did vote to accept the terms. Yeah, and I think that'll go a long way towards helping out with the metering and just figuring out exactly how much water is being used out there. Let's see. On the 13th, I attended the same event with the delegation from South France that Mary did, and that was an awesome discussion and fun to be a part of, and to meet to meet folks from Southern France. And it's an honor, really. Like they showed us a couple of promotional videos there that are. I mean, that country is absolutely stunning. It's like all the Southern Alps and all the whole the Riviera there along the Mediterranean. It is just incredible world-class country with cuisine and sites and recreation. And for them to consider Utah and kind of partner with Utah and look at how we're doing things is honestly, it's a huge compliment and an honor. And those folks were great. And thanks to Ben Frederigo for really putting that together from the county end. I think it was a great event, Ben. So appreciate your input and help on that. And then finally, a future consideration. This is National Mentoring Month, and someone from our mentoring program, Chris Marsh, reached out to me and asked if the mentoring could do a presentation for us, and we couldn't get them on this meeting or a meeting this month, but we will have them on for a presentation on their program at the next meeting, and I'm looking forward to that. So that does it for me on general reports. So we'll move on to elected official reports. Gabriel, I invite you to make a report.
Sure.
Yeah, or
that's all right. I got it. Just have a couple election notes to just put out there. Let's see here. Just have our ballot proof. We're just getting that back from our software and equipment providers. That's ES&S, and so we're turning around and sending that right to the printer. So that's basically what the ballot image, what it looks like. The folks who run the equipment, they need to prepare that to be sent to the printer. And that's just basically just in time for our UOCAVA deadline. So that's the Uniform and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act, which is this Thursday. So believe it or not, the Democratic presidential primary, which is taking place in early March, The deadline for sending out ballots to overseas citizens is this Thursday, so it's election season is upon us. The voter party affiliation deadline passed last Tuesday. So folks can't change their party voters can't change their party affiliation until after the June primary. And those who filed declarations of candidacy already to my office are now displayed on the elections page on the Grant County website. So folks can go in there and see who's already filed. And unaffiliated candidates have until March 5th to gather signatures and file for county offices. One last thing is that the master ballot position list was drawn. And so that determines the alphabetical order of candidates as they will appear on the ballot for all elections for the next 2 years.
You said alphabetical, you mean like random order?
The random alphabetical order. Yeah, right.
Not alphabetical.
It's not, yeah. It's based on the alphabetization of their name. All right, thanks. That's all.
Great, thank you, Gabe. Stephen, are you still with us on Zoom?
I am. I've got.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Stephen's traveling right now. He'll be back in the county here tomorrow, I think. And I think the same goes for Jameson, I believe, is on vacation right now. So we will move on to Commission Administrator report. Mallory.
Okay, I will be fast. I did send something yesterday and added it to the packet this morning. That's just an attempt of what I want to start doing, just with tracking some of the larger scale projects or even kind of the one-time assignments that you all give me. I recognize that I'm probably creating more work for myself and will regret that at some point. But any feedback is welcome, and my goal is actually to have that limit my reports in a way, so that you guys can go there for the details. That being said, since it's new and something I just spoke to Dan about was our impact fees, and it's been on the to-do list for an RFQ, but I think we really need to get that out there. So we have a plan for that, and I also will be looking into something Dan had heard, which is that there could be impact fees for affordable housing, which would be great. And then CDBG, I should be ready to submit the fire department's application once we have the signed minutes. So fingers crossed for them. They are actually able to contribute 50,000. So the ask is for 250, and I think they are hoping that by being able to give something that it will help their odds. And then the last one is taking two things. I'm sorry. One, taking credit for somebody else's work. A few people. Tomorrow, I should also be submitting a grant for the National Groundwater Monitoring Network, and I really did close to nothing. NAGWA sounds right up my alley. So tomorrow I will do that. And shout out to Arnie in particular, who worked very hard on that. And then the last thing is on the agenda. There's an action item for a social media policy, and we're going to ask that you guys postpone that. It sounds like legal review has some concerns, but I do hope that that will be on the next agenda because we really want to get moving on social media. I think we're all seeing more and more opportunities for us to be sharing information. So that's all that I have.
Great. Thanks, Mallory. Quinn, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I'm good.
All right. Great. All right. We are done with general reports. So we are to the point in our agenda where we are going to consider general business action items, discussion and consideration of approval. And the first one on there is a continuation of our workshop earlier, 2024 Q3 high impact special event intent to apply submissions. We did do a workshop on this at 3:30 today where we talked about the three special events. And that was led by Alicia. So thanks, Alicia. And I'll turn it over to you on that one right now.
Did you guys want me to briefly go through those again, or do you just want to
How do you want me to do this?
I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah. It's probably, I think, yeah, anyone who's concerned probably tuned into the workshop. Yes, Mike.
Bear with me. I move to approve the following special event intent to apply submissions for the third quarter of 2024. Submissions, the U100, the Moab Music Festival, and the September submission, the Moab Century Tour 2024.
Thanks, Mike. All right, thank you, Bill. So I have a motion on the table from Commissioner McCurdy and a second from Commissioner Winfield. Any further discussion on these special events? And I just say that especially the music festival and the Century Tour are long-standing events with a huge history. The running event is in late August, 100 miles in late August. They do have a 5-year history, and I'm fine with that. I don't think we have any other events in August. And this is definitely the shortest special event list of any of our quarters. So I'm totally fine with all these. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alicia. Moving on to agenda item number 2, subdivision improvements, agreement modification / extension, Walking Horse subdivision. And do we have, and this is Jenna Gorney in Planning and Zoning, and I think we have Jenna on Zoom.
Actually, I'm going to be covering for Jenna. She's out. She's under the weather today, so I'll be filling in for her on these 2 items.
Great.
Okay, so for the Walking Horse SIA extension, the Walking Horse final plat was approved on December 7th, 2021 via resolution 3301 and was subsequently recorded on March 2nd, 2022. The 2-year expiration for completion and acceptance of the required improvements is soon approaching on March 2nd, 2024. Walking Horse is a 4-lot subdivision located off Sunny Acres Lane. Required public improvements include installing water and sewer connections and improving Moffett Lane with pavement, among other things. Because such required improvements have not been completed, the applicant has requested in writing a 24-month extension in accordance with Land Use Code Section 9.5.5 2B. Applicant has cited reasons for the delay being due to severe health issues and loss of 2 family members over the course of the last two years. The planning department, county engineer, WISA, road supervisor, and other applicable agencies determined that the previously approved civil plans still meet required codes and the financial guarantee in place is still sufficient despite the sharp rise in costs over the past 2 years. Therefore, the applicant will not be required to resubmit civil plans for review. It has been confirmed by the county clerk that the bond for the improvements is still in place for the full amount originally approved. And so the modified subdivision improvements agreement details a one-time 24-month extension to complete the required improvements, and the new deadline for completion would be 24 months after the original deadline. So 24 months after March 2nd would be the new extended deadline. Does anybody have any questions on this one?
Great, thank you, Bill.
I move to approve the modified subdivision improvements agreement extending the completion date of the Walking Horse subdivision public improvements with the following condition. The subdividers shall record the modified subdivision improvements agreement in the real property records of Grand County.
Thank you. All right, so I have a motion on the table from Commissioner Winfield, second from Commissioner McGann. Any further discussion on this one? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. We're on to agenda item 3, ordinance Entrada overnight accommodations overlay RV campground for parcel number 24-0XST-0067 located off State Route 313. And this one came back to us from the last meeting, and I'll give this back over to Elisa.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen here with the master plan. Can you all see that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So the public hearing for the OAO RV campground rezone request was opened at the December 19th, 2023 regular commission meeting. Jenna presented the full staff report at that time, so I won't go through the entire staff report again, but it is all in there in your packet. I will touch on some of the most important aspects of the proposal at this time and provide an explanation of an updated master plan that the applicant has submitted for your consideration this evening. The applicant is Matt Carius, and I believe he is present here with you in the chambers this evening and is available to answer any questions about the proposal. The subject property is 544 acres of land currently zoned range and grazing, located at the intersection of Highway 191 and 313, identified as parcel number 240XST0067, which is in total 1,130 acres. The OAO rezone would allow up to 16 luxury tent sites, an activity center, restaurant, bar, and swimming pool, as well as 5 on-site employee housing units as permitted by Land Use Code Section 3.3.2, accessory employee housing. The developer is also committing to developing 20 off-site workforce housing units as stipulated in the development agreement. In addition, the development agreement stipulates that 25% of the 544 acres be deed restricted for open space per Land Use Code requirement of Section 4.6.5 OAO design standards. The portion of land to be deed restricted totals 136 acres and is indicated on the master plan dated November 10th, 2023. And that's this hatched area right over here, closer to Highway 313. It's just a single diagonal hatch for that deed restricted open space area. The applicant recently submitted an updated master plan that further protects the undeveloped areas of the property by dedicating an additional 227 acres as open space. This is this area just kind of down along the border here. That's this sort of checkerboard hatch. It's all through here, and there's kind of a dark line that delineates this boundary. So it would be all along here, if you can see my cursor, and then going along the parcel line. So everywhere that you see this kind of darker hatch, hopefully you can see that okay. That would be the dedicated open space that I'm discussing here. So this is separate from the deed restricted open space, but it will be protected from future development per Land Use Code Section 6.11.2 open space standards. The OAO master plan, once recorded along with the development agreement, will restrict development to only what is depicted on the master plan and stipulated in the development agreement. At the previous commission meeting on January 2nd, where the vote was up on the agenda and it was tabled due to some questions that we needed to clarify. So one of the items we were discussing was the underlying entitlements of range and grazing zoning and whether or not the one residential unit per 5 acres would still be allowed to be developed on this land with the OAO rezone. There's also a handful of commercial uses that are permitted in range and grazing. So in discussions with the county attorney subsequently after that meeting, and their staff was also advising us that it was concluded that the underlying entitlements could not be acted upon unless the commission approved an amendment to the OAO master plan. So the master plan really, it is determined through interpretation of the land use code and the section OAO that it really does rule the development and what's allowed where the boundary is set. So the boundary here that you're seeing is the 544 acres, and that's everything that can happen unless the master plan is amended in the future, which is a legislative process that would require planning commission and county commission public hearings. So that should really bring you all up to speed on the current proposal in front of you and just kind of the gist of what is being proposed and what the development is, and then what is being kind of given back in terms of employee housing and open space dedication. And these things are designed in a way through the development agreement and certain language in the development agreement plus the master plan so that it is binding. And there's a lot more history provided in the staff report and more detailed information on the items of consideration for approval. So if you have questions on any of that, I'm happy to get into that, but I kind of just wanted to keep it short and summarize the main points, because I think we've gone through this a lot already.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa.
Mhm.
I'd invite Matt to come forward too, since you're here. And looks like Evan has.
There was a line in the summary that said the property owner's intent is to later subdivide that portion of property, which is the subject of the OAO rezone request.
Yeah.
So the deed restricted area does not include the remainder of the property. Would that then be eligible?
Yeah. So let me clarify that. That is due to the fact that if you look at the zoning map, you'll see, I think, and we did this at the last meeting, the actual 1,000 acre parcel is much larger than this. So the OAO rezone is only being applied to this section of the parcel, and this is the boundary that would be subdivided. This would be like one large subdivision just to parse off the 544 acres.
And what you were speaking to about that, if they wanted to use the underlying layer, it'd have to come back with a new plat. Would that be for the entire piece or just this piece that the overlay is being applied to?
So just this piece, the 544 acres is what's being approved and would be limiting development on the land there. So anything, essentially the rest of the 1,000 acres that's going to eventually be parsed off and still owned by the I'm assuming the original owner, would still have the range and grazing zoning applied to it, but it would not have the OAO. Only this section that you're seeing here on the screen will have the OAO applied to it, and essentially that is where no range and grazing entitlements would be applicable after the OAO is approved, if that makes sense.
That's it. Thank you.
Great. Anyone else? Mary?
I'll make a motion so we can start discussion. I move to approve the overnight accommodation overlay campground rezone and associated master plan in the OAO development agreement for Grand County parcel 24OXST-0067 based on the following finding. Related to Grand County's effort to achieve or maintain a balanced ratio of mixed use in Grand County, including residential, lodging, and commercial uses, and in determining what constitutes a balanced ratio of mixed use. Do I need to go through the whole A through?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
I think it's asking you.
Right, find something in there.
So maybe we can do the findings in the discussion.
Right.
We do the finding.
And it looks like, okay, so I have a motion on the table from Commissioner McGann to approve and a second from Commissioner McCurdy, and I'll open discussion with that motion on the table.
Well, I'll explain why I made the motion to approve. Is twofold. I'm really excited about the protection of the land. I think rarely would we have an opportunity where we could have that large of a swath of land that will remain untouched. So I also, 16 units compared to like something, another type of overnight staying. It's not like a motel. And so for those two reasons, plus the reason that I was very active and involved when we did the moratorium on motels, hotels, and overnight rentals, and spent time on the phone with legislators and such, and they were very, very clear that we could not totally bring an end to ever approving such developments, and gave us some pretty intense what if we don't move forward with every once in a while approving an overnight rental. And so we have not, for the last, 7 years, 8 years, we've made very, very few. And I think it's important to periodically, when one comes up, that shows it's going to offer some really good points, which is the protection of a great deal of land, because if it's left as it's deemed, there could be a lot more constructed out there than what this development will allow. So for those two reasons, I think that this is a really good project to approve.
Thanks, Mary. Trish?
Elisa, can I ask you a couple questions?
Sure.
I think it's relevant to what happened earlier, the discussion we had earlier regarding the King Creek development. So they're stating that they're going to put in 16 sites and et cetera and so on. But when they go belly up in a few years and they sell out, this overlay exists. And so this could be a Hyatt or a Holiday Inn.
No, it
Correct
wouldn't
about that?
actually.
And that's why I'm
Hyatt
wondering.
could own it for sure, but they cannot develop anything. They can't have any more intensity of development than what is approved on the master plan.
Okay.
So
I
only
just
these
wanted
tent
to
sites.
solidify that. Okay.
Yeah.
And then can you revisit, so the planning commission voted 4-1 to forward a recommendation that we table this until staff had time to update the land use code for the purpose of defining glamping. Can you just kind of tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, that effort had started back, I want to say at least a year ago, when this application had first come before us and we were processing it and realizing that we didn't really have a clear fit in our land use code for this type of development. For a while there, we were playing around with maybe it would go under an OAO dude ranch, but actually it doesn't seem that the land use code actually has a path forward for permitting OAO dude ranch. And so it's only RV campgrounds at this time that are something that could be applied for the way that I've interpreted the code. So glamping definitely does have a different impact. I think it should be defined eventually in our, we should update the OAO section to provide a category of land use that's more suitable and that addresses some of the more impacts that glamp grounds have or may have. But I think that in general, the way that the OAO overall is written, there are a lot of requirements for any OAO development. It's in terms of energy efficiency and limits to, basically the impact to the land, the surrounding land. There's a lot of requirements that are in there that actually do help in terms of implementing these kinds of approvals. But I think, eventually we will get to that. I just don't think that, I think it's actually part of the future land use planning process. And, that's ongoing. I don't think we want to slow down that process and parse out this one land use code update. Personally, I think.
I struggle with this, I've been on the fence on this project, and then after the discussion earlier today, if I'm supportive of this, I almost feel like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. But I do think this is a different beast than the Kane Springs development, and I think that we've asked the folks at Kane Springs to work with us. This has come before us before and a couple times, and I think that the owners have showed good faith, or the potential owners have showed good faith in working with us, and I think they've done their best to address a lot of the concerns we've had, both at the previous meeting a few years ago when it first came up, and in the last couple of meetings. I'm not thrilled about it, But as far as what I see on the table, I think this may be the least impactful, I guess, use of this land. And I'm leaning towards support of this project, and I appreciate the kind of the meeting us on some of our requests work that these owners have done. And I do very much appreciate the easements that they've put in there and the protections for some of that beautiful land out there. Kevin?
Yeah, I think I'm also planning and voting in favor of this. But we have received quite a lot of comments, both recently and over the preceding weeks and years, against it. So I just wanted to address some of those because they often come from people who, you know, I normally agree with. So I think you guys know all this, so sorry to bore you, but since this is the, you know, the real final decision, I think it's good to get it on the record. You know, Jacques hit on what I think the most important point is, you know, in deciding whether we should vote in favor of this, you know, we don't compare it to like nothing at all happening on that land and it's staying the, you know, the pristine or semi-pristine place that it is. You know, we should compare it to likely future courses of development. And currently it's zoned range and grazing, which does permit quite a few private residences, 1 per 5 acre. That would work out to a lot on this parcel. There's the possibility of future zone changes that might make it more permissive, and it's worth keeping in mind. You know, if we're thinking over the next 20 or 30 years, it just takes, you know, 2 years of a majority on the county commission who thinks like they did in 1992 that, you know, all zone changes are good and boom is locked in. So I think with those two things in mind, I do think that the proposed development, which, you know, locks in quite a bit of open space, and to me, that seems like a good outcome. I think another perspective on that is I was on the planning commission when we were hammering out the new zoning rules for the Highway 313 191 junction. You know, this is part of that area, and it forced us to think, okay, you know, what can happen there? Most of the public comments we were getting is leave it alone, don't do anything. But we all know that's not a legally or politically realistic course of action. You know, something's going to happen there, but that doesn't mean everything goes. You know, development can be limited, and we had to go through the exercise of thinking, okay, what's, you know, in the best realistic future, what kind of development is going to happen here, given the, you know, hundreds and thousands of acres of private land that's out there. And I think this type of development on 500 acres would probably fit, you know, my most optimistic, you know, realistic proposal. So that's a second reason that I feel okay about this. I will say, you know, a lot of people say, hey, we don't need more overnight accommodations. That's true. But if you look at the numbers, this is pretty small compared to the overall pool. So I think in terms of percentage wise, it's the needle's not really moving. I think some people just don't like the idea of overnight accommodations focused on the, you know, super wealthy, or, you know, and I kind of agree with that too, but that's a problem with wealth inequality in the US. But as long as there is wealth inequality, we might as well get our slice of it, I think. And I think, you know, the kinds of jobs that this development would generate are better than the kind of jobs that a lower end development might generate. So again, I think this is a win. And I think one can be in favor of a glamping thing, even if we think the phenomenon of, you know, these very high end aimed at the wealthy results is, you know, maybe it's not good for the country. I think it is good for Moab. So, trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to address. Not coming to mind right now. So great, let's stop. Thanks. Trish?
I'll try to be very quick. I've already given a long explanation as to why I'm not going to vote for this. So I won't go back into it, but I'll highlight just a few things. You know, I am concerned, and Bill has told me I shouldn't be concerned about them finding water. And you're right. You're right about that. Until you start hauling water out of this valley, that's when it hits this community. And so I hope you guys find water. That's my hope for you, because when you start hauling it out of this valley, then it is of concern to me. I'm extremely concerned that is wildlife habitat and bighorn sheep habitat. I've seen bighorns in there before. And so they won't be anymore, but know that bighorn sheep habitat and bighorns are they're extremely sensitive and they don't deal with humans very well. And so they won't be in there anymore, but it is what it is. And then the other thing that I've stated again and again is, you know, we hear from the lodging community all the time that they don't have enough occupancy, and they put it on us. We have to bear the burden of that. And it's just one more small slice that we're carving out. So please acknowledge that when you're not to the occupancy that you don't want, it's because you guys keep asking for more overnight accommodations and can't keep putting it on us that you're not full. So I'm just putting that back on you. And then the last thing, you don't have to do this, but I'm going to beg of you. I spend a lot of time in the winter outside of Zion around Virgin, and those glamping, they're just like, the best description is maggots on the landscape because they're bright white and it's this beautiful red landscape. And just maybe consider trying to make it just blend in just a little bit. And you don't obviously have to do that, but they are awful. They really stand out against that tremendous landscape. And that's why people come. And so, but I will be voting against.
Thanks, Trish. Yeah, Bill?
Yeah, I grew up on a cattle ranch, and when we spoke about maggots on the landscape, it was of a different breed of animal that's white. So I'm familiar with that term, but different usage. I'm mixed on this as well, and just full disclosure, I've got a relationship, a friendship that's been years and years with one of the individuals against this, that's here. I was friends with this individual and their previous partner, and also with that person and their dad. So I am in favor of this. I'm going to vote in favor of it because I weigh the options, and I just did the math. If we did 5-acre parcels there, it's over 100 homes that could go in that little valley there. And I struggle with that immensely. And I guess the personal side of me hopes that I don't lose a friendship here because of my vote. But I think it's important that we look at the damage that could be done over what is here. And then I too am concerned about the bighorn, and I love them because I love to be out hiking. I like to see them when I'm out there, and I've seen them in a lot of different places. In fact, as I was coming into town from the film gala the other day, they were right beside the road. So I'm not entirely sure that they're going to be driven out of here. The continually you can see them after you pass the train cut as you're dropping down towards Arches. They're still there. They still put up with the truck traffic and the car traffic. So it is a concern, and I'm somebody that enjoys being out there and seeing them when I am out there. But I think that this does a big job of controlling a huge piece of acreage, as Mary said earlier. And, I'm going to vote for it.
All right. Anyone else? Kevin?
Yeah, just one other thing. The Planning Commission recommended that we postpone and revise the land use code to have a section specific to glamping. And I just wanted to again note for the record, because of the way our OAO zone is written and there are these binding master plans, I think that's pretty unnecessary. I mean, the master plan controls what can happen out there and much more tightly than general language around the glamping. So I'm not convinced that, because of that, I think that type of thinking would make sense if we were just doing a general rezone without a master plan. But because of the master plan, I don't think it's necessary.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, I'm reassured by the overlay a lot. I think that, just the fact that we're here discussing a legislative decision as opposed to an administrative decision, like at the Kane Creek property. There's been a lot of thought put into this. When it first came to us before, I did vote against it, and I didn't support it then. And there have been changes made, and I feel like there's significant changes. I think that the restrictions for open lands feels tighter and more enforceable to me. I like the addition of 20 employee housing. I would even say 5 on site as a minimum. I think that that 5 restriction might kind of be coming from us, and I would be okay loosening that. And so there was comment earlier about the ratio of residential units to overnight accommodations in the valley, and this actually is creating more housing than residential units. And so I appreciate that, and I think that to some of the other points that were made, that I don't want to call this evil, but it's kind of like the lesser of two evils. And I think that by applying the overlay, we have a lot more say and can kind of come in the table with a little more give and take. And I really think that this is a model where that's worked well. So I appreciate you sticking with us and, you know, resubmitting an application and really taking the feedback to heart. And although I might not love seeing it out there, I kind of recognize that give and take, and I'm willing to approve this tonight.
All right, yeah.
I'm gonna throw my 2 cents in here. Thank you for building so many employees' houses in relationship to the amount of overnight accommodations. Again, it helps our situation. More long-term housing and more employee housing. Thank you.
All right, I'll call for a vote on this. I have a motion on the table. I believe Mary made that motion and Mike seconded it to approve. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And all opposed. The motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Hedin in opposition. And yeah,
Good luck.
thanks.
Yes, good luck.
Did that discussion capture the findings, or did we need to state the findings? Okay.
Great. All right, we're on to agenda item 4, resolution adapting the Grand County social media policy. This is the policy that Mallory mentioned during her report about not being ready. Yeah, go ahead.
Before we postpone it, I mean, maybe you could just say a little bit about are there any issues like choices when it comes up on the, things we should be thinking about before we discuss it at the next meeting?
Well, I think, I'll be honest, I went with my favorite thing, field acquisition. So this is heavily based off of the cities. And I did find a few other policies for other cities. And I don't recall with the counties. I saw 3 or 4, but I do think Stephen might be concerned with the applicability and maybe the authority of the commission. And so I think there's maybe even just a misunderstanding of I'm simply looking for a policy that applies to official county accounts. So I think the examples come up of the sheriff's office. If I certainly don't care what Jameson could have on his own page and what he says. But if it's a county sheriff's page, I think it's great to have some kind of rules of conduct. And I actually feel like entities would appreciate that. Something just to refer back to. So I think maybe when he's back and we'll have the opportunity to drill into it, maybe there's just some word choice that could be tweaked to make it clear that nobody is trying to dictate, especially with elected officials, with anybody, what can and cannot be said as individuals. I'm just focusing on if you're putting Grand County's logo on there and you are speaking for the county, I think there needs to be some kind of policy.
Okay, so we'll have time for more county attorney review before the next meeting.
Yeah, and I would very much hope to see that on the next agenda. I'm very much looking forward to more presence from Grand County, and we did vote on increasing Alicia's responsibility as far as that goes to help get content out there, and I think that would go a long way towards disseminating information in a positive way.
And this is delayed because it hasn't gone through legal review. Is that right?
So if Stephen looked at it, but I mean, he's been traveling. I think there wasn't substantial time to dive into it. And for me, I'll be honest, I put it on the agenda because I said I would, and it's really important to me that some of these things are moving forward, and I understand that has to be done, you know, with the balance of course, we need legal guidance, but I also think it's important for community members, you know, your constituents to see things like that moving forward.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the legal review is also, I mean, it's kind of ourselves in-house that we'd be reviewing, right? I mean, there's no kind of contractual thing or any outside folks that we're dealing with. It's almost more of like a policy. I mean, it is a policy.
It is a policy. I think, yeah, that could.
We're not going to wind up in court over it, is what I'm saying.
I think Stephen's worried we will.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah. See, you know, the other elected officials like the sheriff or the assessor, you know, there are limits to, you know, we can't direct them in many ways. And I think one of the concerns was this might have been crossing one of those lines. But so that's something that just needed to be discussed further.
Right. Yeah, so I entertain a motion to postpone. Mike?
In some of the wording, I had actual concern that it outreached past just Grant County Sheriff's, Grant County Commission. It reached into personal accounts, and that is just in reading through, some of the wording can be questioned on that point, or at least how it looks. I don't have my own social media. I don't have Commissioner Mike McCurdy written on my Facebook page.
Yeah.
But can my social media posts be looked at as county, or can we delineate that to strictly personal?
Well, that's I guess what I would want to see is where it's clear of you can have, you know, your own page, but and I don't think any commissioners would have an official individual commissioner page. And really, the way what you're setting up with us is that, and I just want to focus on thinking of like if the county logo's on there, if there's things like coming through us.
And in tie-in with this, if as a commissioner, I will come up for re-election eventually. On that re-election point, do I still have freedom of word on my election?
Of course,
even because I am a commissioner at that point. And okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I kind of
actually,
imagine it almost says like county letterhead.
Yeah,
It
it's
says
county letterhead.
Yeah, it's like the letterhead, and you can say what you want as a person. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Stephen, did you have a comment?
Well, sorry, we're just trying to check in at the airport. It gets confusing. Here's the difference. The county cannot, if you guys can hear me,
Stephen,
can you guys hear me?
it's sorry to interrupt. It's next to impossible to understand what you're saying.
Well, if we can postpone it, then I can give you guys input. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, just to reassure, yeah, the plan is to postpone it.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah,
I move that we postpone this until the next meeting.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, motion to postpone from Commissioner Walker, second from Commissioner Winfield. I'll call.
Thanks for pushing it.
Yeah, absolutely, Mallory, and we'll bring it back up. So, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to postpone, raise your hands, and the motion passes unanimously 6-0 with Commissioner Hadeen absent. We'll move on to the 2024 agenda item number 5, 2024 pre-authorized procurement list. Back to Mallory.
Okay, I'll try to be fast with this, but I'm very proud. This is something we implemented, goodness, I think 2 years ago.
I think it's been yeah.
And what it allows for is at the beginning of the year or the end of the year, you approve the budget for the next year. And how we've been operating is then when it's time to make any of those individual purchases, it comes back to you. And I think that's some of the bulk of our agendas, or it has been in the past. So we set this up as a way to get a list before you, where if something was in the approved budget and it's on this list and then they follow the solicitation requirements, the chair can go ahead and sign it, and it doesn't have to be approved in a public meeting or ratified. So it's really caught on, and I was amazed this year. We had well over 100 submissions. I think it's great that even the sheriff this year was really excited about it. It saves time without question. I did remove some things from this list. There's some things that I don't think are ideal, especially like competitive sealed bids. So I think all projects contract, not construction, over 50,000 were taken off of the list. But everything else, if it's on the list, I would be happy to speak to it and give it my go ahead.
Great, thank you, Mallory.
I just want to, so some of the things on here under EDD are like the big advertising contracts. And in the past, we've discussed about, the commission definitely wants input and approval on, major advertising things. And so I just wanted to clarify that in improving this, we're improving maybe paying ad agency X to produce some ads, but we're not approving content that requires a separate vote. Right.
Yes, so I would say any of those that are tied to content, like a love agreement, you guys would probably not want that on this list. And I think
several of them are tied to content.
Yeah. Like 87, the co-op grant, that I think is fine because that's actually just approving money. But I think everything
there's a lot of professional services.
I think the paid media too.
Oh yeah.
I'd say
Well, I guess what I would suggest, what's happened in the past is we've already paid Love Communications some money, so that's been approved. But before the ads start running, there's an additional step. We get to see the ads, and early enough in the process that it has an effect. And so I'm hoping you'll agree with me that, like, for example, this co-op fly and marketing campaign, this is on the list. That doesn't mean that, the ads are going to hit there with us never hearing about it again. Instead, we'll be reviewing content via whatever, procedures we want to set up.
yes, and I would say, just to drive that home, it would be good to have it in the motion that any economic development content.
It seems like since it's internal in the discussion is enough.
Just trust us. We can do that.
I'm thinking this whole discussion will make it memorable for you.
That's
So you won't forget.
All right, any other questions for Mallory on this, or does someone would someone care to make a motion? Mary.
I move to approve the pre-authorized procurement list for 2023 as proposed and presented.
Thank you.
I'll second.
All right. Open discussion then. We have a motion on the table from Commissioner McGann and a second from Commissioner Clapper to approve. Anyone want to further discuss, or be good to go for a vote? All right, I'll call for a vote then. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. So thank you. We are on to item 6, resolution affirming Grand County support for the National Groundwater Monitoring Network and authorizing the 2024 grant application submission.
Are you doing it?
I don't know.
We can ping off of each other. So I'll go ahead. So this is a resolution just affirming Grand County support for the National Groundwater Monitoring Network and authorization grant submission. We call it NAG woman. I told Arnie, I'm like, I hear it all the time. He goes, don't take offense. I'm like, no, I hear it all the time. So we, Arnie and I greatly appreciate all the work that he's put into this application. He's asking for $115,613. No cash match. It's all in-kind matching, and it just will elaborate on the groundwater monitoring that we already have up in place. So just elevate it.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you. Sounds like a win. Yes, Kevin.
I move to approve the resolution affirming Grand County's support for the for NAGWAN, i.e. National Groundwater Monitoring Network, and authorizing the 2024 grant application submission.
Thank you. All right, second from Mary. So I have a motion on the table, Commissioner Walker, second from Commissioner McGann. Anyone like to discuss further?
Yeah, I would like to just a little bit. I know that as that moves forward, that process, I would just kind of wonder, I know that Trish and Arnie are part of that, and I believe Mallory, but I would like to be included in that if possible, add another commissioner if we could, considering the amount of water work that I'm working on as well. I just think it would be a
And it was,
participation if possible.
yeah, we just had one well, it wasn't a little meeting. It was quite a few, UGS, USGS, Mark Stilson, Groundwater and Sewer, San Juan Special. So yeah, it'd be great to have more people there whenever he kind of puts that, I think it's, that'd be great. I'm down with that.
And unrelated, but related-ish, I think there will be a long presentation for more water partnerships in the county.
I did ask, I think I maybe told you that, but I asked that the city give us a presentation of I never say it right either.
Rump. Yeah.
Am I saying that correct?
Rump with a W.
Just a brief presentation of what's gone on, where are they at? So.
Right. Gabe, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Chief Deputy Clerk Auditor Dana Van Horn. She took some time and we used her expertise to have extra set of eyes on all of this. And I know that was well appreciated by Arnie and everyone else.
Great. Thanks, Dana.
And the funding is a pass through to? If we're awarded, who we get where's the money go?
I know
it's a reimbursement based. So something talked about with Arnie is setting up like a Google sheet so that folks get a reminder at least every quarter, if not monthly, to enter in their time. So, like anytime I spend on it, Trish, Bill will add you to the list. If you note that time, that can be reimbursed. So, yes. I think Castle Valley in the last round bought some equipment and they paid, and then they sent us the invoice.
Some of it's equipment, some of it's staff time. Yeah. Transducers.
Yeah, the decisions of what it's being spent on, I guess.
So that was within this, we had this larger meeting about a month ago with all these different entities, Mark Stilson, and kind of tried to what was of most importance. So I can't remember, it was 7 transducers. I think, I'm hoping I'm using that term right, just that go into monitoring wells. I think that one of the things they put in there was to clean out one of the monitoring wells in Castle Valley because it's got some intrusions in it. I'm trying to think.
Was it a contentious meeting?
No.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it was good.
It was more my own understanding.
Yeah, but one thing that I will state is Mark is really trying to kind of dive down to what's of most importance, right? Like what he would really like to see is a well eventually drilled that goes through the valley fill aquifer down into the Glen Canyon, probably kind of right around where Wissa sits, honestly. And so, but some of those are huge asks, right? Because that's a deep, deep well. And so those are, Mark is trying to kind of feed us information as to what's most important as far as monitoring.
Good.
Yeah, great.
These are kind of the cheap, fast options.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I have a motion on the table. Kevin made the motion and Mary seconded it. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. We're on to agenda item 7, updating Grand County Employee Handbook, pay for performance. And is Renee? Yeah, Renee is with us on Zoom.
Hi, good evening. I will try and be quick, but give you an overview of our current pay for performance and performance evaluation setup. For those who are in the budget advisory board, you saw me come to you with a different proposal. I decided to kind of pull that one back and do a tweak of our current policy. And that's because I would really like to see a full salary survey done to look at this kind of as a holistic view and make sure that the grade and step chart is still something that we want to proceed with and look at our compensation structure in a whole. So I'm hoping that this tweak will just kind of help with the employees process through our pay for performance structure. So the biggest change in this proposal would be the change to those employees who are in their exemplary years. And so currently employees who have worked for the county for 2 years would be eligible for a milestone increase. Once they've worked in their 3rd year, they would set up a goal plan. Actually, we call it an individual development program plan with their supervisor, where they set goals that are outside of their job description. And while I think that the original intent of the program was great, I think that setting goals outside of the job description can be somewhat limiting for some of our roles within the county. So like I said, the biggest tweak to this updated policy would be the process of exemplary employees. Currently, once they set up their IDP and work through their goals for the year, they sit down with their supervisor and do their annual eval, and then their supervisor has to take their exemplary increase to the pay for performance committee, comprised of a few department heads, staff, and myself. And the committee then evaluates the employee's exemplary performance for that year and approves or denies an increase. And I think that process has become somewhat cumbersome for the supervisors and for the employees. So in this proposal, I am proposing that we remove the committee, that the employee would write a narrative after completing their goals that can be set inside their job description. Also, countywide, all employees would be setting 2 goals for that year. The exemplary employees would then write a narrative about their performance. Their supervisor would respond to that narrative alongside their evaluation, and then that would get sent to my office for final approval on the exemplary increases. Additionally, I'm just proposing that we clean up the evaluation structure. Currently, we have two performance metrics, one for non-supervisory employees and then one for supervisory employees. And then this would just combine all of that. Everyone would have the same evaluation and have 10 categories to be scored on by their supervisor. Any additional questions I can answer, if I can go into any more depth? There is no fiscal impact that hasn't been budgeted for, because we did budget for the exemplary and milestone increases in the 2024 budget.
Great, thanks, Renee. I would ask Mallory or Quinn, you guys are a lot closer to this than we are, I think, if you had anything you wanted to comment on regarding that.
I would just say, I think the exemplary program lacks meaning. And so I think that's what Renee is getting at, is that having folks set goals outside of their jobs just doesn't fit across the board. And I think that this is a compromise from, a blanket, annual increase for everyone. I do think it's important to have something and to have people opt in to something, even if it's just setting goals within their scope of work. I don't know. I think you guys probably know I'm a little too harsh, and that I wouldn't give my go ahead if it was something too nice.
Yeah. Thanks, Mallory.
Thanks for
Anything to add there, Gwen? Okay, great. Any other questions for Renee or yes, Bill?
I've got one. Renee, you mentioned final review, so I'm guessing that there's multiple people in this process. It's not just one person that's determining these raises. Is there a body or is there supervisors and then it gets all the way to Renee so that it isn't just one person?
So currently there is an exemplary review committee, and the supervisor presents the employee's exemplary to that committee. My change to that with system would be that the employee writes with their evaluation just a narrative on why they feel they've met their goals, why they feel that they're exemplary in their performance in that year. The supervisor would respond to that and either recommend or not recommend them for that increase. And then the final approval would come to my office. So the committee would go away, but I've been on the committee for 5 years now, and I've seen less and less engagement from the committee. And I feel that this would streamline, but also put the requirement of the exemplary onto the employee to kind of prove their status.
But I see where
Yeah.
coming from with that question of no offense, Renee, I don't think you'd do anything wrong, but if you're putting it on one person, yeah, there could be
Right. That's all like that.
So
If your super's a stickler advisor or a stickler like Mallory, you might get denied every year. Whereas
nobody would want me to be that person.
Anyway, so the short answer to Bill's question is, in order for an employee to get this, their supervisor has to approve and Renee has to approve. Is that
Yeah,
right?
I don't know if you all would want to consider I don't even want to say an appeal process or something.
Well, in steps, the employee has to come up with a plan step.
Mhm.
It has to go to their supervisor.
Mhm.
And they have to agree on that plan and work through and accomplish. And then that supervisor has to pitch it to Renee to say this employee was or met their goals. I think it's a good idea. I think that's
I think there are
the goals that supervisor.
right, but some concern about employee-employer sort of relationship, that if there was somebody who felt under-recognized by their supervisor, that they may not have another avenue to get recognized or appreciated or eligible. I do hear Renee saying, that there's been less involvement in that committee. I remember when we used to get to attend those pretty regularly, and I know that's kind of fallen off. So I think this is a step in the right direction, but it might not be 100% perfect. And so if there was some other, like maybe one other department's thumbs up or something, I don't know. Have you seen any models where there's like a coworker kind of gives them the thumbs up so that?
Sure, I've seen some models where coworkers will offer input, but not necessarily give them the thumbs up. I don't know that I'd want to put somebody else's coworker in that place. We do have a few departments where we have like an assistant director, so we could also just add in that should the employee's direct supervisor be the one approving it, the department head would also need to approve it before it would come to me. I can add that in pretty quickly, and that I can also add in something that if an employee felt like they were deserving of the exemplary raise and their supervisor denied it, we could have some type of modified appeal process for that.
I hate to put this out there, but it could be postponed, and just something we talk through a little more, because I don't think you would want to put like an appeal or another option in there without us kind of putting it on paper.
The language, absolutely.
Renee, is there an objective measure by which you would not approve an evaluation that was approved by a supervisor and a complete, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Like, what scenario would you deny it?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Gabe. So in the rankings of their job performance for the year based on their evaluation, there is a spelled out in the exemplary increase and in the milestone increase, for the exemplary, employees need to must have a rating of consistently exceeds 50% of all categories. So that would be a 4, a 5 or higher, or sorry, 4 or 5. There's no higher than a 5. And nothing less than a fully achieved in all categories. And then should an employee in their exemplary year have a disciplinary action, they would not be eligible for the exemplary increase. The milestone is slightly different. I don't want to say it's automatic, but should an employee have an unresolved disciplinary action in their milestone year, they would not be eligible for an increase. So my review would only be based on the exemplary, and I would make sure that they met those standards, met their goals, and that the supervisor would agree to the increase.
So, I mean, I'm inclined to defer to, those of you who are, more directly related to this, but in all the employment situations that I've been in, if you, in order to get some kind of raise above and beyond what's normal, you need to, be on good terms with your boss. Right. So that doesn't seem like a crazy system to me. It's pretty common in the world, and the only exceptions I can think of are maybe the federal government, which has its own sort of very complicated rules. But I don't know if we want to go that direction. So.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Kevin. I've been on both sides of that management structure. It's
Even though it might not necessarily feel perfect to me, it does feel like improvement, and I'm okay improving it tonight if others are as well.
Thank you. I don't believe we've had a motion yet.
Does it feel clean enough to department heads and HR?
I think so, and something that we'll just drive home in leadership. Is also, I think, an expectation that department heads be reviewing things with their staff and making sure that their quality goals, not just check a box. So I think that accountability will also trickle into their own evaluations.
Thanks.
Yeah, Kevin.
I move to approve the resolution titled, and I'm wondering whether I'm supposed to yell because it's in all caps here. But I won't. Repealing and replacing resolution number 2968 and amending the Grand County Employment Policy Section 7 compensation all employees performance reviews effective January 1st, 2024. And for Gabe, the quotation marks in the recommended motion are inappropriately nested, but when I read it, I put in the missing quotation marks. So
thank you, Kevin.
Perfect. Thanks, Kevin. All right, so motion on the table from Commissioner Walker and a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Had plenty of discussion on this. Anyone want to add anything before I call for a vote? Great. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. All right. Thanks, Renee. All right, we are on to agenda item 8, and this is U.S. Forest Service letter, and I believe this is Kevin's for the presenter.
Yeah, so some of you may recall a few weeks ago we approved our main letter commenting on the forest plan, and toward the end a paragraph that commented on recommended wilderness, which is a phase that an aspect of the forest plan that was deleted. And subsequent to that, people of the Forest Service were asking me, well, does that mean that Grand County is not in favor of any wilderness? That's what all the other counties are telling them. If Grand County thinks wilderness is okay, maybe you should make that clear. So I think basically they were requesting clarification. And so that's what this letter attempts to do. It emphasizes that it's not endorsing any particular map of recommended wilderness. It's basically just saying, more than 0. At least that was the goal in trying to write it. So hopefully a pretty general statement that is easy to sign on to. So, okay.
Right, and I note that it also says says that we support opportunities for mountain bike trails, motorized recreation, and many other uses.
Yeah, and I think the idea there is that, there is, there is competition amongst different uses, and this letter tried to recognize that, there might be reasons you don't want to put wilderness in a particular place, for example, mountain bike trails. But again, it's not endorsing any particular map or weighing in on any particular location where those, goals are in tension with each other.
Thanks, Kevin.
Do you want to make a motion since the summary does?
Oh, sorry. So, good point. I will move to approve the letter to the Forest Service clarifying Grand County's position on recommended wilderness.
Thanks.
I'll second that.
All right, motion to approve from Commissioner Walker, second from Commissioner Clapper, and I would open discussion. Bill.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear where I stand on this, and the fact that we haven't had issues up there and there aren't issues in most people's mind up on the LaSalle's, that I think the entire thing is slight overreach, and a big portion of this also is in San Juan County. So I'm still against it. I'm not in favor of more wilderness up there, as most of the public is not as well. So I do know that I've been through this already and there's no need to do it again, but I'm not in favor of approving this. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Anyone else want to comment before we call for a vote? Yes, Mary.
When I was, at the same time I was studying my pack, and I've been reading this book called Silent Spring Resolute. And it was, it's kind of a history of going all the way back to pre-Kennedy and such as the movement towards Endangered Species Act, wilderness, and the movements towards that. And in the book, there was a statement by Wallace Stegner that really hit me, and I thought, wow, it fit right into what we were approving today. He said, "Something will go out of us as a people if we ever let the wilderness be destroyed. We simply need wild country available to us, even if we never do more than drive to its edge and look in. Save a piece of the country and let it remain wild. It doesn't matter in the slightest that only a few people every year will go into it. That is precisely its value. Roads would be desecrating it. Crowds would ruin it. Those without physical strength or proximity to take a walk within a roadless wilderness area can contemplate the idea, take pleasure in the fact that such a timeless and uncontrollable part of the earth is still there." And it just stated so much of my belief that we do have areas that we set aside for the animals, for the plants, that if we don't, we as a people are going to lose. And I just thought it was coincidental that this was up as I read that quote.
And Wallace Stegner was a proud Utahn.
Yeah. He even mentions one of the places he's worked at was in Wayne County. Yeah.
Trish?
I'll just make a couple quick comments. I struggled with this a little bit, and I think I can't remember if I either talked to Kevin or Jacques about it, but I recognize that Bureau of Land Management, Forest Service has a multi-use mandate, and that we do have other land designations for wilderness. And so that's where I struggle a little bit. But that being said, I'll also state that I do think there are pockets within these land management agencies, Forest Service, BLM, that are indicative of wilderness. And so that being said, I think it's okay to say, oh, okay, this drainage, we're not going to run a mountain bike trail through. We're not going to run a road through. We're not, so I'm in favor of this letter. I think it's fairly benign. It's not stating we want X, Y, and Z. It's saying we're in favor. If you guys decide with the expansive public comment that they're taking, that we're going to delineate a few little areas that will maintain wilderness status, which is simply, we're not going to run trails through them, right? We're not going to allow power drills, right? All those things that go with wilderness designation. And so I think it's pretty benign. It's not at all what we went over with the other letter. So I'm okay with it.
Thanks, Trish.
I do appreciate that it calls out that the forest plan should provide opportunities for mountain bike trails, motorized recreations, many other uses. And we believe that the Forest Service existing procedures for gathering and weighing public input and expert opinion provide a good roadmap. And so it's just kind of putting the burden back on them to come up with their plan. So I think it speaks to a more balanced sort of thing with highlighting those other uses.
Thanks. All right. Any last comment? Call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And all those opposed. Motion passes 5-2 with Commissioners McCurdy and Winfield in opposition. All right, we've come to the end of our regular action item agenda, and we are on to our consent agenda, which consists, it's quite a lengthy agenda this time. Item A in the consent agenda is approval of meeting minutes from November 13th, December 5th, December 19th, and January 2nd. And that I will also say that the 11th is the budget workshop. Also, ratification of payment of bills, and those bills total $1,211,879.23. Payroll totals $394,940.09 for total bills and payroll of $1,606,819.32. Agenda item or consent agenda item C, MUB Information Center Annual Operating Plan for 2024. D, local consent for the 2024 PRCA Rodeo Alcohol Permit. Wouldn't be a rodeo without an alcohol permit. Item E, Motivations Training and Policy Agreement Renewal. Item F, 2024 Sand Flats Recreation Area Toilet Cleaning and Pumping Services Contract Renewal. G, Contact with Feral Gas for Propane Deliveries to the Airport. H, Ratifying Letter of Support for Groundwater and Sewer Service Agency WaterSmart Grant Application. Item I, Ratifying Letter of Support for BLM Grant concerning trail maintenance. Item J, Volunteer Appointments to the Library Board. And lastly, item K, Volunteer Appointments to the Airport Board. And I will say on the volunteer appointments, there are 2 positions and 2 people applied. So there was, and both those were forwarded from the board. So there weren't any other applicants there.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thanks, Kevin.
I will second that.
All right. I have a motion to approve the consent agenda from Commissioner Walker, second from Commissioner Hedin. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda as presented? And all opposed.
You tell you were preoccupied.
All right, the consent agenda passes unanimously, and we are on to our discussion items. Our first discussion item is the Thompson Special Service District support for water projects. This is Commissioner Winfield, and this discussion item came forward, I think, as a result of our conversation about the CDBG grant that Thompson asked us to support at the last meeting. On that grant, there was a number of things that they were requesting, and they all concerned searching for more water sources. And so I believe that this discussion it pertains to how we as a commission can support Thompson's quest for that. So Bill, I turn it over to you.
Yeah, number one, I guess, is just the fact that we are supporting them through our efforts or mine to go up with CIB to be a part of the number one, the request, and then to go back with the funding. And so it's possible that that funding apparatus could change to be more favorable to them. And I think Jacques mentioned earlier that they did get a very good rate. I believe the 100,000 loan was 1% interest over 30 years. So
and the total, sorry to interrupt, Bill, the yearly on that was $3,900, which is not too bad for that kind of money.
Right. And so there is the potential that it could get better at the funding mechanism. And so we'll see how that goes after that meeting. But I do know that the community is hoping that, you know, with the support that we showed here when we turned them down on the CDBG, if I got those right, that we would continue to look for ways to help them with other avenues there. And I don't believe that the CIB is a good second avenue. I mean, I'm not going to say that there's just been some real effort to clean up the CIB list and to bring it down to where it's more reasonable and it's not just a big laundry list with, you know, throwing things out there and hoping something sticks, because CIB is looking at that differently than we are and putting all those on there. They would rather see a shortened list, shovel ready, everything's been done and it's ready to go type of thing, and we put them on that list. So I don't know where we can moving forward help Thompson, but I think that they certainly have a lot of needs. This will go a long ways, just getting water meters that they can read digitally on a monthly basis, because they are supposed to be reading them or possibly every month by hand, but in the wintertime that doesn't take place and there's just big gaps. And
Also, those meters a lot of them are ancient, and the accuracy is very questionable. So this will give a much greater idea about the overall usage and production out there.
And with meters that they have on their tank, it will then now do a much better job of tracking the loss that they might have. I mean, I don't want to say they do have loss, but most water systems do have some loss in them in different places, and this will help track if there are major losses. And so I know that just moving forward, they were pretty disappointed that they didn't get to be the CDBG grant applicant, and they're just hoping that, you know, they have some future support out of the commission. So, and again, after the funding meeting, I'll update everybody again on how that went with CIB, and hopefully it's at least the same or more positive for them.
Yeah, thanks, Bill, and I'd second all of that. And I think the crux of this is just that they only have one water source, and it's the reliability of that particular water source is kind of unknown, and potentially we could see it diminishing greatly. So having a second source, I think, is critical for the overall future of that town. And that source is also, I think that studies have shown it, the town couldn't grow much with just the production from that source, if at all. So if there's to be any growth out there, which I mean, you could debate that, but I think a little bit of growth out there wouldn't be a terrible thing at all, and have Thompson become a very small bedroom community or whatever, then they need another water source also. So this, and I think the first item that they could look at of those ones for looking for a different source would be a spot to drill a well. I think that's the one that's kind of teed up.
And included in this CIB funding request that they've been approved for is also a tool to help them locate where they could drill a water well. So that this will help with the future well search also. So
it would be interesting for them to just do some basic research, like the ranches that exist along that escarpment. And there's not many of them, right? There's the old Cunningham Ranch, there's the Sheep Ranch in Diamond Canyon, and then the Elm Greens, and just see if all of how deep those wells were, right? I mean, they're all in the same position. So I think just some basic research. The Elm Greens wells, we do know those have diminished greatly over the last number of years, like greatly. I think he said he was getting like 60 gallons a minute. He's down to like 15. But it'd be interesting to see if that's what's happening at those other ranches. And if not, like just if they could come up with like, oh, okay, pretty consistently, it was 200 feet or 300 feet.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So that they had a kind of a thought. I mean, my understanding is they've drilled some shallower wells out there and never came close to hitting anything. But it's feasible that some of these ranches are going to be like, yeah, they're 400 feet deep.
Right.
And so you just know that they're going to have to be deeper. And then I think the other thing is reaching again out to those ranchers that are just have allotments in the Book Cliffs and have an understanding. Like, I know one of the main ranchers out there, and he anecdotally, he's like, most of those springs are drying up. And so the concern with Thompson, I would love to see it grow too, but it's like, you also want to be very, very cognizant
Yeah.
that if they've had this diminished water source, you know, you don't want to build a town based on something that's
right.
gonna blow away eventually. So I think reaching out to just any of those allotment holders or those ranchers, just some basic research.
No,
would help.
that's,
So,
yeah, that's a good point, Trish.
you know, and I'm more than happy to help with any resources that I have.
Thank you.
Do you think that mag woman stuff would apply to some of this where to drill a well stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be great in the future if we start, you know, one of the discussions that Mark Stilson had at one point was, you know, could groundwater and sewer take over Thompson?
Yeah.
Right, and that is, and yeah, Jacques was there.
Right.
But I definitely think in bringing them into this larger fold of groundwater monitoring would be good.
Does the Thompson district send a rep to the mock meetings?
No, but that would be good.
Yeah, that's
And
great.
that would be great. I think that's great. We have one. We have one tomorrow at 1. But that is a really good idea. I mean, you know, as you know, with Thompson, it's such a small community that burden is really fair.
Right, it's, yeah, I know,
Just a
and,
few, but I think that's a really good idea.
and it did seem like through his presentation, there was kind of low hanging fruit that might even, you know, we might be able to cover with our discretionary.
Right, yeah, that's
I
what's,
agree
that's
with
what.
that.
And so maybe
Right.
that could be like a future consideration if it's
Right.
10K to
Yeah.
Yeah,
get the
'cause-
ball moving.
And some of those asks were about 10 to 20.
Yeah, because
Awesome.
we
Yeah.
threw some money out to Thompson a couple years ago, which
For
is
that cleanup,
discretionary
right.
Cleanup, so,
Yeah.
yeah, I think it'd be a great idea.
Yeah, and to the point that it's a small community with not a lot of bandwidth to make those kind of asks and keep that ball moving
Yep,
forward.
I
If we could
agree.
kind of put some energy,
I think.
some staff energy towards a future agenda item to get something towards those specific asks, I would be in favor of.
I'd be in favor of that also.
Yeah.
It sounds like maybe waiting until we hear what they get with the CIB would determine how best we could.
Would the CID ask cover the like future well, because it wasn't even location, it was like you're saying, is there water to even?
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
and it was location a little bit. They are looking
Okay.
at a few different areas. A couple of the areas are on private land, I think.
I mean, the interesting thing about the booklets, and I won't go into this very much, but there is really very limited water in the booklets. However, where there is water is at the top of Sago and Thompson. You know, like that area, that roadless area has a lot of springs. So it is interesting, like if you were to say a lot of water, I don't know if I'd use that word, but there's
Some water.
actually some running streams. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The CIB request for your question is specifically for the meters and then the Scadia reader to read those meters plus and I don't have the terminology for the tool he was looking for.
Yeah, right.
To look for some water wells, and if they won't expand on it, what the possibility exists is that they might be more benevolent with what they are giving than what they currently, so there is that possibility, but I do know that, you know, even to get somebody from Thompson to the mock meeting for a little while might be difficult to do. I mean, JR is putting in a tremendous amount of his own time personally to try and make a lot of this work, and
he's a travel nurse to the career as well, so it's that's tough.
But I do agree that they should be participating, but it might be a ways into the future until they get stabilized with board members and whatnot. So
okay, are you happy with finishing up that discussion, Bill?
Yes.
Okay.
Was that both the discussion items?
No.
Okay.
It was just one. Yeah, and we definitely alluded to or Bill alluded to the next one. Right. Okay, thanks, Bill. And the next one is agenda item 11, Community Impact Board list and prioritization process. And again, Commissioner Winfield brought this up, and Mallory was going to help lead this discussion as well.
I don't want to lead it. I just wanted to I threw my name on there for some fun. Do you want me to?
Or do you
because
want
I think you kind of hit on it, of maybe refining our process so that what's being sent to the CIB, the list you guys prioritize, that it's actually something folks intend to apply for in the coming year. And to help guide that, I put together a potential form. I realized I forgot to put it in the packet, but I think I emailed it out.
It's in the email, wasn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read it.
So nothing too detailed, but something that we could have folks fill out so that when you are actually deciding a true, list with maybe 5 priorities for the coming year, you guys have some content for prioritizing, and it's not just reading a project name. I know some folks might not like that. It's a little added work, but at the end of the day, I think it also would show if they're really ready to apply. I don't know if we had a project and somebody told me I have to fill that out, it would be easy outside of the pain of filling it out, because you should be far enough along. So some of the things that covers is just a very quick narrative and name of the project, confirming that they plan to apply in the next year, making sure that they have thought through the funding and exhausted other means. I have to say, I think it's pretty simple, but I would want to know from all of you how to proceed. We did send out the email for everybody to update their lists, and we've had quite a few updates, so I would send it to the same people and make sure that everybody that's changed something for the coming year, that they also have that standalone email of take me seriously.
And I think in the past, you've got this column on the spreadsheet too for like submission. We used to put stuff pretty far out. So like even if it was like 3 years ahead. So the project itself might not be super refined, but we might say, hey, we need a new jail, and we wouldn't just spring it like that year. So it kind of like live on the list for a little while so everybody knew what was coming. And then you could kind of say, oh, that's, so it might be like a high priority in the future. So you might know, oh, we should bump this little thing up this year because we're gonna have a big ask next year, or like take this competitive project out of, postpone that one. And so that's not so much about the sheet that you're asking folks to fill out, but just kind of trying to wrap my mind around the running list and, a way to shorten that, yet still communicate to everyone what's on the horizon.
So we could still capture all of that, but then the ones that are serious are the ones that you guys would actually prioritize. Send it to the CIB and say, here's all Grand County potential projects, just so that you're aware of.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can address that a little bit, if that's okay, Mallory. The issue with Grand County's list is it's huge. It's larger than all the rest of the counties combined. And that's stated regularly at CIB and from staff. So they would like to see a list. We can keep our own internal list, but they don't want that shotgun approach. They'd like to have the top 3.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Maybe 5 on there. And the big issue, and it was explained, and I mentioned it earlier, is the process is that they've been approving requests before they actually have the money in, and CIB is currently running out of money. And they stated that in this last meeting. And so there was a motion made to stop all even receiving requests, and it failed. But they made it very clear they're running out of money. And so that's part of the reason that we want to make sure that everything has been through every possible avenue to get the money somewhere else, because they asked that question in the meeting of every single person. And I stayed there for the whole day to watch their process, is have you exhausted everything else? Because our money is, we are running short of money. And so they're tightening their belt, and they're trying to move to more loans and less grants, because that, even though it's over 30 years, is still a renewal process similar to our RLF that we sent up to the price office. And so CIB's hurting because number one, public lands is where that money comes from. The current presidential administration has, been very negative about oil and gas exploration on public lands. And all oil and gas exploration is moving to private lands. And most of the private land is like up in the Book Cliffs on the Indian Reservation or on Sitla land, which CIB receives zero from those. So when it's on public lands, CIB funding comes in the form of exploration. There's a upfront 70% of that revenue goes to CIB on the exploration side. After a well is producing, I believe the percentage is 33%, then comes into CIB to be used in these grants and loan processes. And as public lands, oil and gas diminishes, that money is going away. And so that's why they're trying to turn to more of a loan process and less grants up there. And that's kind of why the Thompson was, normally they're the other way around. They give a big grant and a partial loan, but they're all tightening their belts and trying to find a way to make this continue on and last as long as possible.
They've been moving towards more loans and less grants for quite a while now.
Yeah, and just for the record also, I'm working on a bill and with Senator Hinkins, and he and Bruce Adams started it, and then they invited me to participate to put more money into the CIB rather than the 33% out of the ongoing production side of wells to increase that. But the problem that Hinkins and others are seeing is that to increase CIB's 33%, they have to take that money away from somebody else that's already appropriated. So the chances of that bill getting very far, they don't have real high hopes of it. So, but they are going to run a bill to see where it goes in that regard. But when you rob Peter to pay Paul is a lot different than you just appropriate some money that because the state has an overabundance or whatever entity. So
Yeah, and I think that another thing worth putting some energy to is, the previous federal administration during COVID forgave a lot of the revenues, and the leases that people were paying, have gone from like 12.5% to less than 1%. And so like when we talk to our federal reps, it's that's where the money's coming from. So before we start fighting over splitting it up, the royalty relief kind of needs to end and get those going again.
Overall, CIB's request was to be realistic in our list. Be realistic in the fact that they're running out of money and that we have
And I think that
priority.
that makes sense, and I appreciate that explanation. Yeah.
So if people don't know the answer to this, is fine, but thinking back maybe 2 years, we had this crazy long list, and this process that seemed really broken, and like all the different entities, like the Castle Valley Fire Department, were independently ranking things. And so we would complain to Chris Baird, this makes no sense. And he would say, well, we're told this is how it's got to be done, maybe by SUAB. Is it true that they did? I guess I'm having trouble reconciling that with the fact that these other counties had more rational, small lists. Do you know, Bill?
But Grand County's list is looked at with humor.
But
Right, but and we thought it was bad too, but in the past, when we had this type of discussion 2 years ago, we were told it's not our choice. We've got to do it this way.
Right.
And now it seems like we're being encouraged to do it a more sensible way, which is great. And I'm just confused, but it's just a mystery to me.
Is dealing also with the drop off in revenue. I mean, it's just being realistic that they just don't have the numbers to give money away like they did in the past.
But when we have like Thompson Springs with projects, Castle Valley with projects, Moab Valley Fire with projects, Moab City with projects, solid waste with projects, and it goes on and on. Like, are they asking us, like this body, to like nix the Moab projects and basically can we throw out other bodies' applications?
Well, Grand County's the the city of Moab or Mount Moab Valley Fire have to go through us. It's our responsibility what gets sent to them.
Yeah.
Is how it was explained to me. And so, yes, we're gonna have to decide what do we want to see on that list. And to me, it's almost two lists. What are we gonna send up this year? And what's our big list, Christmas list, or whatever you want to call it over here on the side that everybody wants to start getting? Because a lot of those that are on the list now aren't anywhere near ready to even be used. So we've got to get people on the top of the list that are actually ready to go, and that's similar to the CDBG grant that spreads it out to the most people that benefit the most from it, is the way I kind of envision it.
And so to repeat something you just said, then, so we're now the gatekeeper for all entities that are within Grand County, including even Moab City?
I believe that that's correct, and I can verify that, but that's the way it was explained to me by Tamara.
Okay.
That's my understanding as
Okay.
well.
Yeah.
But yeah, and that makes, I mean, that makes total sense, except that 2 years ago, we were told, no, you know, it's
Yeah,
very
they were
different structure.
redoing it a couple years ago, and I think they found out that what they did, I'm assuming this is it, because it was quite ridiculous what they were asking us to do.
So
And I can get more verification. I'll be back up there in February. I'll go to the funding request, and so, and which I guess I could make a phone call to Tamara and get more information. I don't have to wait till then, but at least the future meetings.
Yeah. Okay.
I would just say I've painfully been a part of this process in different capacities for the past few years. And there's always been weirdness of why are we approving this to send to this when they'll send it back and say, all we care about is this. So I think proceeding with the list that we already have, but then sending out the form and just giving it a go.
Yeah.
And if we send up, here's a list of 1-year projects, and this is how the commission prioritized them. Other projects are still being seen, but I think the realistic projects would be, I can't imagine there's even 10 on there.
I think the form's good. I think we're kind of getting into the weeds with the other stuff, but, and I think, a timeline of what it would look like this year, any deadlines, because it does sound a little more streamlined than it has been in the past, so it's nice.
I would send it out this week. And
I meant,
okay.
for our submittals, you know, if it needs to be one of these things where we have to show that we got everybody in the room and arm wrestled to come up with a list, then, you know, I think that's some of the things that, you know, we were doing these steps in the past. It's like, well, do we have to do this? And they're like, yeah, you're supposed to do it so everybody plays nice, but ultimately what comes out of the meeting doesn't really matter that much. So.
But if I'm understanding Bill correctly, that's not how it's being done now. Now the county just comes up with a short list.
A short list. And
Yeah, so
I'll
they-
clarify that,
Yeah.
but that's the way it was explained to me. A short list.
We don't have a closed session, right?
We potentially did, yeah, we did. There was a few things that Stephen wanted to talk to us about. If he's not available, then there's no point in going into closed session. And I don't see him on there. Okay, so I will clarify it. We are not going to go into closed session. Our county attorney is traveling, so we will take care of that at our next meeting. So in light of that, I will adjourn this regular commission meeting at 8:36.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Wow.